Chapter 184. Xian do you dare to help me choose 3 glasses? Everyone's eyes fell on the girl covered with a green veil. Only then did they notice this famous figure in LoveLore Library. She said softly, "Why not? Your Highness, please wait a moment." Lu Hao laughed and looked at the girl who walked forward and circled around the table with wine. His eyes were full of love and he did not hide it at all. Feng Zhaomiao muttered indignantly, "It's so unfair." Lu Hao said, "How is it unfair?" Feng Zhaomiao could not control her mouth. Miss Ji is a famous fortune teller in LoveLore Library. Of course it's much easier for her to choose these glasses of wine. Brother Rui came today to deal with us, but he just brought a random person who has no ability. Isn't this unfair? Yu Shu touched her nose. She was implicated even though she was lying down. Oh. Lu Hao turned his head. Since he entered the door, this was the first time he looked at Yu Shu. His gaze swept past her and returned to Shui Rui. "Qingbai, what do you say?" "Since it's a gamble, there's nothing to say." Shui Rui turned around and whispered in a volume that only the two of them could hear, "I'm sorry for getting you involved." Yu Shu shook her head. She was more concerned about how Shui Rui was going to get out of this situation. Shui Rui heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw that her expression wasn't displeased, and his expression became much more relaxed. He glanced at the 6 cups of wine on the table, and his gaze flickered imperceptibly as he asked Yu Shu, "Do you dare to help me pick 3 cups?" "I don't dare." Yu Shu answered truthfully. She'd come here today to do her arithmetic, and she didn't intend to bet on luck. If she was unlucky and chose the cup of poisoned wine, causing Shui Rui to die from drinking it, then wouldn't she have to take responsibility? Everyone pricked up their ears to listen to what they were saying. When they heard Yu Shu's words, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, they should lose, but not lose, right? Compared to the shame on the faces of the others, Shui Rui laughed, and his expression became more relaxed. "If you don't dare, then so be it. I'll choose myself." When Yu Shu saw that he actually wanted her to go forward to get the wine, she hesitated for a moment and couldn't make up her mind. She reached out and grabbed his sleeve. "Wait, let me help you choose." She regretted it as soon as she finished speaking. There was a prince here, was he someone she could mess around with? She thought that Shui Rui would decline, but unexpectedly, he turned to look at her and nodded, "All right. Help me choose." "Bastard, can't you just decline it a little more?" Yu Shu secretly glared at Shui Rui. This time, she was the one who couldn't back down. She had no choice but to walk forward, pretending to cover half of her face with one hand to prevent being recognized. Just like Ji Xingxuan, she stood by the table with 6 glasses of wine. She could only stare. What should she do? How should she choose? At this time, Ji Xingxuan had already picked up the first glass of wine. She walked back to Lu Hao, under the gaze of the crowd. Lu Hao opened the lid of the teacup and drank it without looking at it. He wiped the corner of his mouth and smiled at Shui Rui. "It's not poisonous." Ji Xingxuan walked back and walked 2 rounds around the table. She picked a glass of wine faster than before and brought it back to Lu Hao. "It's not poisonous." Lu Hao gestured to Shui Rui that there was an empty glass, and his eyes were filled with victory. "1 more non-poisonous, and I'll win. Remove the 3 non-poisonous glasses. Of the remaining 3 cups, 1 of them must be poisoned." Looking at Ji Xingxuan walking back to the table, the impatient Feng Zhaomiao couldn't help but urge Yu Shu, who was still standing in front of the table. "Miss Lianfeng, hurry up and choose. If you don't, there'll be no more." Shui Rui reached out and patted him on the shoulder. He stopped him from shouting and said to Yu Shu's back, "There's no hurry. Take your time to choose. Bring it to me when you're done." Lu Hao turned to look at him. Seeing his calm expression, he felt a little strange, but he couldn't grasp the main point. Shui Rui crossed his arms before him as he turned to glance at Lu Hao, and the corners of his eyes were suffused with a slight smile that carried unknown meaning. In this gamble, whether he won or lost was also a win. It was just that he would have to pay a price if he lost. "Hey, what is she doing?" Feng Zhaomiao exclaimed in surprise, causing Shui Rui to shift his gaze back to the table. He saw Yu Shu, who had been standing there in a daze for a long time, fumbling around on her body. She dug out a few copper coins from somewhere, lifted her skirt, squatted down, and started throwing them on the ground. Ji Xingxuan also noticed Yu Shu's action. Her eyes were full of suspicion. She knew there was a kind of divination that used copper coins to calculate. However, that method had been lost for a long time. How could a young girl use it? Now that Ji Xingxuan was distracted, she had no choice but to repeat what she had seen from the 4 glasses of wine. She closed her eyes and rested for a while before walking around the table again. After about 4 or 5 rounds, she stopped and took a fancy to a glass of wine. She reached out her hand and heard a whisper in her ear. In the blink of an eye, someone beat her to it and snatched the glass of wine. That was not all. The owner of the hands picked 2 glasses in a row, as if he was fighting with her. Before she could react, he took away 3 teacups. At this time, there was only 1 glass left on the table. "Extreme East, Extreme West, Official Eye," Yu Shu murmured. After confirming that she did not take the wrong glass, she turned around and walked to Shui Rui with 3 cups of tea in her hand. Everyone in the leisure hall was dumbstruck. Who would have imagined that she dawdled for so long and actually chose 3 cups in one go, and they could practically foresee that one of these 3 cups would be finished. Those who had a good relationship with Shui Rui all broke out in cold sweat, and they already had hostile expressions as they looked at Yu Shu, who took it to be child's play. Shui Rui helped Yu Shu receive the cup, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry towards her actions that were too rash. Even though he was prepared to drink the rat poison since long ago, he still didn't want to drink it if he could avoid it. "Quick, taste it and see if it is poisonous," Yu Shu urged. She did not know that her words were very strange. Ji Xingxuan did not take the last glass of wine on the table. She returned to Lu Hao's side. Since he had picked 3 cups, she did not need to pick another one. She only knew that the wine in Yu Shu's hand was not poisonous, but she was not sure if the other 2 cups were poisonous. Therefore, she paid attention to it with the others. Yu Shu was holding a cup in her hand and forgot to cover up her face. Ji Xingxuan happened to see her face. Earlier, Ji Xingxuan didn't pay much attention to this young lady who was traveling with Shui Rui. Now that she saw Yu Shu, she frowned and thought for a moment before recognizing Yu Shu's face. It was the young man who had once disguised himself as Xia Jiangmin's side. It was her. Seeing the person who escorted Xia Jiangmin to the capital appeared next to Shui Rui, Ji Xingxuan could not help but have some doubts about Yu Shu's identity. However, she did not expose it on the spot. Instead, she waited to see what would happen. Shui Rui took the cup and drank it without hesitation. He smacked his lips and did not say anything. He picked up the 2nd cup and drank it in one breath. He picked up the 3rd cup. At this time, a group of people in the hall was already nervous. They were afraid that he would hold his stomach, roll on the ground, and faint after drinking the wine. Even Yu Shu, who was picking the wine, looked at Shui Rui nervously. She was just trying to make a Hail Mary. She had no choice but to use the 6 lines to ask the question in front of her. She did not know if it worked. If Shui Rui really got sick after drinking it, she would not be able to pay for it even if she sold herself. Shui Rui raised his head and drank the 3rd cup of wine under everyone's gaze. Yu Shu looked at his straightforward manner, and her mood suddenly became a little strange. Did he trust her too much or himself too much? After swallowing the last mouthful of wine, Shuai wiped the wine stains on the corner of his mouth and looked at Yushu. His eyes gradually focused and showed a strange look. It seemed that he saw the uneasiness in her expression. He said in a hoarse voice, which had been washed by wine, "I'm fine." "You chose very well." Yushu breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Lu Hao, who had been staring at Shuai, tightened his face. He strode forward, picked up the remaining teacup, and lifted the lid. He put it under his nose and sniffed. There was a faint smell in the wine. This made his face suddenly become unsightly. Ji Xingxuan frowned slightly. Looking at Yushu, who was happy, she could not help but wonder whether she was lucky or she really knew how to use that strange technique. Seeing this scene, everyone knew what was going on and wiped their cold sweat. Xue Guangshu, who came with Lu Hao, secretly clenched his fists. Feng Zhaomiao stuttered and grabbed Shuai's arm. "Rui, brother Rui, are you okay?" Shuai shook his head and looked at the back of the seventh prince in front of him. He asked, "Your Highness, there is still 1 cup of wine left. Do you want to admit defeat now, or do you want to test it yourself?" Lu Hao turned his face back to the people behind him. When he turned around again, his face had returned to normal. "Qingbai, what do you want?" This sentence was a disguised admission of defeat and accepted the bet at the beginning. Shuai said, "I just want to be quiet and don't pester me anymore." This sentence was said to save face for Lu Hao, but those who knew the situation at the scene could not hear the severance in Shuai's words. 2 years ago, everyone in Anling City knew that the eldest young master of the Shui family and the seventh prince were on the same side. Now, it was gone just like that. Outsiders could not even figure out the reason, which made people sigh and sigh. Okay, Lu Hao smiled and loosened his fingers. The cup with rat poison fell to the ground and splashed 3 feet of wine. Everyone was nervous, afraid that he would attack at this time. However, Lu Hao did not lose his composure. He just looked at Shuai deeply and left. Ji Xingxuan looked at Yushu again and left without saying a word. "Your Highness." Xue Guangsu shouted and turned his head to say to Shuai, "This time you have completely offended the seventh prince. Are you happy now?" Shuai's eyes flashed. "My business, when did it become your turn to interfere?" Xue Guangsu was humiliated but did not dare to talk back. He lightly snorted and went to chase after Lu Hao. Once this group of uninvited guests left, the atmosphere in Huaixian Hall became noticeably better. Because Prince Yang's heir Lu Jiong had privately arranged for Shuai to meet with Lu Hao, he felt ashamed. He looked at Shuai as if he wanted to say something but stopped. There was a trace of flattery on his face. At this time, Shuai was in a good mood and could not be bothered to argue with him. He sighed and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it this time." Yushu was still thinking about the look Ji Xingxuan gave her before he left and knew that she had been recognized. She was pondering how Ji Xingxuan would think of her identity when she heard a warm and soft voice full of curiosity asking, "Lianfang lady, the divination technique you used just now, was it the long-lost 6 lines breaking law?" The one who asked the question was the young woman who had been sitting next to Lu Jiong. She seemed to be a female student of LoveLore Library. Everyone then remembered the inconspicuous person next to Shuai. To be honest, in the bet just now, not only did the seventh prince lose, that Ji Xingxuan also lost. She was not as good as this unknown Lianfang lady in front of them. Thinking of this, it made people overflowing with interest. Yes, what method did you use just now?" Feng Zhaomiao came up excitedly and said carelessly, "Just by throwing a copper coin, you know the cause and effect. Isn't it a trick in Jianghu?" In the face of everyone's inquiry, Yushu smiled but did not say anything. She did not hide or respond to the 6 lines breaking law. In fact, she could not tell whether the 3 cups of wine just now were due to luck or the effect of the 6 lines breaking law. After all, she had never used it on such things. Shui Rui glared at Feng Xiaomiao and said to Yu Shu, "Don't bother with this naughty boy. If you get entangled with him, you will have a headache." Then he sneered at Lu Jiong, "Today, I came to introduce her to a few Grandee Masters. Because of your interference, I came here for nothing." After listening to his words, Lu Jiong first smiled at Yu Shu and then said, "It's not a big deal. Which Grandee Master do you want to meet? I will write a recommendation letter for you. Just go to their door and find them." Yu Shu was happy and did not hesitate. She gave a few names on the spot. They were the famous masters in Anling City that she heard in Autumn Osmanthus Lane recently. Lu Jiong did not say it out of politeness. He turned around and asked his servant to find the letters and wrote them to Yu Shu one by one, so that she could visit them at any time. In this way, it was noon. The crowd had long lost the mood to gamble. They did not eat lunch and left Dingbua House. After saying goodbye in front of the door, they went to their own carriages and sedan chairs. In the carriage, Shui Rui looked at Yu Shu happily holding the recommendation letters, but he did not ask about the grudge between him and Lu Hao. Although it was what he wanted, he felt a little disappointed because of her indifference. After putting away the recommendation letters, Yu Shu thought of another thing. She put on a straight face and said to Shui Rui, "This is bad. I didn't get any money from gambling. How can I pay for Xiaoxiu's tuition fees?" Shui Rui took out a few banknotes from his pocket and gave 2 to her. Yu Shu looked at the denomination of 200 taels. She was very surprised. "Lend me." Shui Rui gave the banknotes to her and said in a light tone, "No, it's a reward. A reward for not letting him drink the cup of rat poison. Today's trip was not in vain. Everything that should be solved was solved." Lu Jiong did not send them off. He took the female student from Taisha Shuyuan to the back garden. After dismissing the servants, he took her hand and put her on his lap. He wrapped his arms around her waist and said in a lazy voice, "Meow meow, don't you think Xiao Wang is doing a strenuous and unrewarding job?" Xia Miaoyun touched his cheek and said softly, "Shizhi has good intentions. I don't know what grudge young Master Shui has with the 7th prince that is so hard to resolve." Lu Jiong kissed her fingers. "I don't know about their matters. I heard it was because of a woman. Who knows if it's true or not?" Xia Miaoyun did not ask in detail and turned to care about something else. "The 7th prince brought Ji Xingxuan here today. Is it true that the Ji family has a chance to climb up to the emperor's side? In the past, it was hard to say. But now, it's not certain." What do you mean?" "There's no harm in telling you, just don't tell outsiders." Lu Jiong lowered his voice. "I heard Fu Wang say before that the emperor intends to give the 7th prince the 4 daughters of the Xia Jiang family as his concubines. The decree has already been drafted, but Xia Jiangying was killed not long ago, so this matter was left unsettled. Looking at cousin's appearance today, he seems to be more interested in this Ji Xingxuan. If you have the heart, you should get closer to her." Xia Miaoyu nodded and sat back. "I'm curious about that Lotus Room girl. Where did young Master Shui find such a person? I've never heard of her before." Lu Jiong said, "What's there to be curious about? From what I can see, she picked the wine cup out of luck. What can she know by throwing a few copper coins?" Chapter 185. Leaving Dingbua Hall, Yu Shu insisted on changing back into men's clothing at the clothing store where she previously bought clothes. Shui Rui watched her take off her green dress and return to her plain appearance of a young man. He felt it was a pity, but he didn't go overboard and make her wear women's clothing again. After all, they had met today and there was still time. "What should we do with this dress?" Yu Shu asked Shui Rui as she held the dress she had changed out of. "Of course you keep it. Do you want me to take it back?" Yu Shu thought about it and agreed. It wasn't good to return the clothes she had worn, even though she didn't wear this dress on many occasions. After they changed their clothes, Shui Rui acted as the host, and the two of them found a restaurant in the south of the city to have a meal. They ordered 4 dishes and a soup, and they took the opportunity to chat about some matters during the meal. "Why did you call me Miss Lianfang today? Where did that name come from?" Yushu asked as she poked at the fish bones with her chopsticks. Shui Rui moved the plate of braised fish in front of her and said, "That group of people are very shrewd. Since you are traveling with me today, they will definitely inquire about your background. If you tell them your real name, it's hard to guarantee that they won't investigate thoroughly." Oh, Yushu accepted his explanation and ate a few mouthfuls of rice. She suddenly looked up and said, "Miss Ji family should have recognized me. I am with Xia Jiangmin. I have seen her twice before. Now that she sees me with you, will there be trouble?" Shui Rui said indifferently, "If she sees, then she sees. What trouble is there?" Yushu rolled her eyes. "There's no trouble for you, I am talking about me. After all, I almost replaced her to become your concubine. She should have some impression of me. If she thinks about it, it's hard to say that she can't recognize me as the girl who was kicked out by the Ji family." Because they were brought out of prison by Shui Rui, the two of them talked about the past in Yang clearly. Now that the matter of taking in a concubine was mentioned, the two of them didn't feel awkward. In fact, one of them pretended to be confused. One was pretending to be confused. Yushu thought that Shui Rui didn't know that she had offended the Ji family by helping Zhao Hui with the lawsuit. However, Shui Rui had seen it outside the yamen that day, so he heard her say this. Knowing what she was worried about, he put down his chopsticks and said to her, "You don't have to worry about that." The Ji family was one of the top families in Yang, but it was nothing in Enling City. If one of them gives you a hard time, just come and find me, I'll get rid of them for you. What Yushu wanted was this promise from Shui Rui. Hearing him say this, she was relieved. If the Ji family really came to find trouble with her in the future, at least she had a shield. As for whether or not she owed Shui Rui a favor, she was no longer as calculative as before. As the saying goes, one does not need to worry about too much debt. Anyway, she wouldn't run away. There would always be a chance to pay him back in the future. Oh yes, when you picked the wine glasses, was it divination? What's the meaning of it? Shui Rui didn't think that Yushu picked the 3 glasses of wine today by luck. Firstly, the Yushu he knew wouldn't do such an unreliable thing. Secondly, he heard someone mention the 6 lines, divination. Yushu didn't answer Shui Rui perfunctorily like she did to others. She thought for a moment and said, "It is indeed a divination. However, I've never used it on divination before, so I must have been lucky to be able to pick it." Shui Rui said with interest, "What's so great about divination? How accurate is it?" Yushu said after some consideration, "I can ask about the present and recent events. If I know nothing, I won't be accurate. The more detailed I ask, the more accurate my divination will be. For example, I can see the positions of the 6 glasses of wine today. I can tell that they are made of porcelain, their color, and the time. If I want to ask about the danger, I have to meet the requirement of asking about the matter. My accuracy should be around 7 or 8. Fortunately, Shui Rui had a wide range of knowledge and dabbled in E. After listening to her explanation, he understood but was also confused. If you have such ability, why do you still set up a stall on the street to do divination? Why don't you refer to Dian? Isn't there a better way out? Being able to hit 7 or 8 was a high standard. The Dian masters in the capital were only at this level. Yushu said in frustration, "It's not that simple. You don't know. Although I have learned some skills from some fortuitous encounters, my talent is very poor. This divination is powerful, but due to my innate talent, it can only be used on me. If I use it on others, it won't be accurate. Today, when I asked about the danger, I was also asking myself. It's a pity, Shui Rui said regretfully, otherwise, with this divination, you can stand out in Yishu. The Dian examination was divided into many subjects. One of them was Yishu, which tested different types of divination methods such as dream interpretation, word reading, incense counting, etc. Yushu did not want to dwell on the topic of 6-line spell breaking, so she changed the topic. What I learned is a mess. These days of setting up a stall on the street, I have benefited a lot. I can put what I learned into practice and organize information. My foundation in divination is much stronger than before. Shui Rui said with a smile, I couldn't tell that you are a down-to-earth person. Yushu snorted. She thought that it was good to reach the sky in one step, but if she did not first stabilize her footing, the chances of falling would be too high. She was always too lazy to think about things that she had no confidence in. After the two of them finished their lunch, Shui Rui sent Yushu back to Huixing Street. Before she got off the carriage, he called out to her, I have already informed the academician of Baichuan Academy. Tomorrow, you can directly bring Xiaoxiu over to mention my name. I still have official business to attend to tomorrow and cannot accompany you. Yushu was worried that she would have to explain to that child when Xiaoxiu met Chao Zixin. She was happy and relaxed. All right, go ahead. Shui Rui said, when I am done, I will go to Chiu Guifang to find you. Because they ran into each other from time to time these days, Yushu was used to him coming to her from time to time. She responded and turned to leave along the street. Shui Rui leaned against the window and watched her disappear without looking back. He shook his head and smiled. Because of the little expectation in his heart, he actually felt a little depressed. This girl really did not have the slightest interest in him. Yushu got 200 taels of silver from Shui Rui as a reward, which relieved the tension in her hands. On the way home, she thought about how to distribute the money. She did not expect to hear such news when she returned home. Xia Zhang's family came and Xia Mingming was taken away. Yushu stood at the door of Xia Mingming's room and looked at the unfolded quilt in the room. She turned her head and asked Yu Xiaoxiu, when did they leave? Just after lunch, Yu Xiaoxiu said with a slightly unhappy expression, several people suddenly came to our house. One of them claimed to be a housekeeper and threw some money to us. After saying a few words, he hurriedly took Xia Mingming away. He didn't even ask her to tidy up his clothes. Yushu was suspicious. Money. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded and pulled her into the inner room. Sure enough, there was a plate of silver ingots on the dining table. On top of it, there was a yellow, furry, suspicious object. When it saw people approaching, it rolled and stood up, baring its teeth and threatening to not let people come closer. Yushu expressionlessly grabbed Kim Bao's tail and threw the yellow-skinned mouse that was trying to jump up and bite her finger to Yu Xiaoxiu. She counted the silver and found that there were about 200 taels. She then shook out a few banknotes on the bedding. Each banknote was 100 taels. There were 5 banknotes in total. In the past, when Yu Xiaoxiu saw so much money, he would definitely be so excited that his face would turn red. However, at this moment, he was abnormally sullen. He didn't even try to coax Kim Bao, who was screaming and rolling on his knees. It was obvious that the Xia Zhang's family's rich and overbearing behavior had angered him. Yushu, who was a money-minded person, felt happy when she saw this windfall. She put the banknotes back and sat at the table. She poured a mouthful of tea and drank it. She turned her head to look at Yu Xiaoxiu and said, "Did Xia Mingming leave any message?" Yu Xiaoxiu said, "She did. She told me to tell you that her father has entered the capital. She has to rush back to see him. She can't stay and wait for you to come back." Yushu nodded. She could understand Xia Mingming's eagerness. Xia Jiangying had been murdered and hadn't been buried yet. It wasn't easy for someone to take charge of the family. He must be anxious to go back and discuss it. After pressing this item, Yu Shu looked around and didn't see Jing Chen's figure. She asked Yu Xiaoxiu, "Where's your big brother Jing?" "Oh, someone came to pick Mingming up just now." Big brother Jing went back to his room to avoid them. "He should be taking an afternoon nap now. Do you want me to wake him up?" Yu Shu was a bit puzzled. Recently, Jing Chen seemed to be particularly fond of taking afternoon naps. He often went back to his room to rest after lunch. He would sleep until dusk. Those who didn't know would think that he went to do something at night and slept during the day. "Well, you go and tell him that we are going out to buy some paper, pens, clothes, and the like. Ask him if he wants to go." Yu Shu told Yu Xiaoxiu to call Jing Chen. She also asked him to take away the noisy Kim Bao. She took the heavy plate of silver and returned to the room. She folded the banknotes and the ones given by Shui Rui and put them under the locked cabinet. She took out 2 ingots of silver and wrapped them in cloth. She was going to use them to buy things later. In addition to the pen and paper, the 3 of them also need to buy a cotton-padded coat. Yu Xiaoxiu was going to study in the capital, so his clothes couldn't be shabby. She taught this child to be more confident. Otherwise, he would be like the time when he was in the Sanju study room, where he couldn't lift his head and was bullied and ridiculed. It went against her original intention. After putting away the money, Yu Shu put the dress she wore today into the cabinet. She tidied up her belongings and went out. She saw Jing Chen standing in the living room. His hair was slightly messy and his forehead was slightly red. He looked like he just woke up. "Are you going out?" Jing Chen asked. Yu Shu nodded her head. "Do you want to go out for a walk?" Although it was risky to take Jing Chen out, it was unreasonable to always let him stay at home. She had to be careful to watch him. She planned to go out, but who would have thought that Jing Chen shook his head. "I'm not going." "Ah. You're not going? Are you not feeling well?" "No." Jing Chen didn't know how to lie, but he couldn't tell Yu Shu that he wanted to practice swordsmanship at home while they were out. He thought about it and reluctantly found a reason. "I don't want to go out." Yu Shu had a strange expression on her face. Why did Jing Chen have the same problem as Yu Xiaoxiu? He didn't want to go out and liked to stay at home to draw. This was a sign of a nerd. Not good. Such a chivalrous person was almost turned into a nerd by her. Wasn't it bad for her? "Then you stay at home today. After I send Xiaoxiu to school tomorrow, I'll take you to the Taoist temple in the city the day after tomorrow to see if you can remember anything." Chapter 186. If they were too big, they would not be able to display their skills. It would be best for them to temporarily stay in a reputable but not too well-known shop. Yu Shu knew of 2 such shops. One was the Heavenly Star shop located on West Qugifang Street and the other was the Zhou family shop located on East Street. If she had to choose between the 2, Yu Shu would lean towards the latter. For no other reason than the fact that the owner of the Zhou family shop was familiar with shopkeeper's son of Sun Ji Tavern. It would be more convenient to introduce them to each other. Yu Shu decided to bring Jing Chen to the Taoist temple tomorrow and ask shopkeeper's son to introduce them. It was Yu Xiaoxiu's first day at school and he felt pretty good. Yu Shu picked him up from Baichuan Academy before dusk. On the way back, she listened to him gesticulating and talking about all the things that happened in the academy today. For example, what the headmaster said, how some of his classmates were younger than him, and how their lunch was delicious, etc. Yu Shu could see that he was trying hard to adapt to the new environment and was very gratified. When she passed by the pork shop, she bought a caddy of pork and another caddy of fish. She planned to cook a good meal for him when she returned home at night. When the 2 of them returned home, Jing Chen was cleaning the courtyard. There were old trees growing in the front and back of the alley. Autumn had begun to shed their leaves. Whenever there was a slight breeze, it would blow towards their courtyard. If they didn't clean it up, it would accumulate all over the place. Jing Chen was holding a broom that was about the same height as a person. His hair was tied up behind his back and his forehead was slightly wet with sweat. He practiced the sword for the whole afternoon. Yu Shu did not know and thought that he was tired from work. She took the broom from his hand and said, "You only need to sweep the courtyard once a day. Go wash your face, I will cook now." And Jing Chen gave the broom to Yu Shu and went to wash his face. When he came out, Yu Xiaoxiu stopped him in the courtyard. Holding the new textbooks he received today, he embarrassedly begged, "Big brother Jing, can you help me write my name on the pages? I am afraid I will dirty the books." "Okay." Jing Chen brought him back to his room. Yu Xiaoxiu stood by the table and grinded the ink. Jing Chen flipped through the book, glanced at a few pages, and asked him, "Is the school interesting?" Yu Xiaoxiu heard the concern in his words and answered carefully, "There were quite a lot of people. The headmaster has a good temper and the students are very polite to me. Oh, but there are some parts of the book that I don't understand." Jing Chen asked, "Where?" Yu Xiaoxiu put down the ink stick and wiped his hands. He flipped to the part that he heard in class today and pointed it out to Jing Chen. "Look, it says here, the Book of Changes is a book, it cannot be far away. The path of changes is constantly changing. It cannot be an important part of the book, only changes are suitable." But, what does only changes are suitable mean? The teacher didn't explain it clearly, so I don't understand it. I even asked my brother, but she doesn't know either. She asked me to go to the school tomorrow and ask the teacher. Yu Shu did not learn the Book of Changes from an orthodox teacher. She often did not understand these written things. She knew nothing about the ancient language. When Yu Xiaoxiu asked her these questions, she was also confused and blamed the teacher in the school. Yu Xiaoxiu said this to Jing Chen, not expecting Jing Chen to answer his questions. He just mentioned it in passing. Unexpectedly, Jing Chen stared at the line of words and blurted out, "The way of heaven operates, only changes are suitable. The world is ever-changing, and one should adapt to it." "Ah. What did you say?" Yu Xiaoxiu was confused. Jing Chen was in a trance for a moment. He came back to his senses and pointed to the 4 words "only changes are suitable" at the top of the book. He said, "This should be saying that everything is always changing. One should not follow the rules and regulations. One should adapt to the situation." Yu Xiaoxiu thought for a moment and clapped his hands, "So that's what it means." Then he read the 2 sentences a few times. The more he read, the more he understood. He then asked curiously, "Brother Jing, how do you know this meaning?" Jing Chen thought for a moment and told him, "Recently, I remember some grammar from time to time. I don't know where it came from. In my dreams, I often dream that someone is talking to me. I don't know what the words are, but when I wake up, I remember most of it." When Yu Xiaoxiu heard this, his mouth opened wide in surprise. He put the book on the table and rushed to the courtyard to shout for Yu Shu, "Sister, brother, brother. Come quickly, big brother Jing seems to have remembered something." When Yu Shu heard this shout from the kitchen, she threw the kitchen knife on the chopping board and wiped the oil on her apron. Then she rushed into Jing Chen's room. What did he say? What did he remember? Jing Chen saw that the 2 of them looked anxious, so he took out the paper from the drawer and passed it to Yu Shu. "I wrote it all on this." It was dusk. Yu Shu took the paper and retreated to the door. With the help of the light, she took a closer look. She saw that the words on the paper were very clear. Some were 1 sentence, some were 1 or 2 words. She didn't understand what they were. She flipped to the next paper and saw the 3 words that were repeatedly written on the first line, "Adversity blocking stone." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it. Your support is my biggest motivation. Thank you. Ruoyu Yanran, Xiaoxia, Xia Gay 26, Infinity, Shuyu 100851188974, Acm, Vimua, Bright River 1, Mouth, HTNH Cricket, Lily Winter, Xiao Xiao Qian, Tsang Yi, Don't Surf the Internet, Orange Who Likes Reading, Steam 21. Yushu took Yu Xiaoxiu out to the familiar Autumn Square. They went to a few shops and found a place to buy ready-made clothes for Yu Xiaoxiu. She picked a set of clothes for him to wear to school tomorrow. Then she went to the silk shop to find a tailor to make other clothes. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't want to spend money. Seeing that Yu Shu was picking expensive materials, he pulled her to a corner and whispered to her to choose cheap ones. Yu Shu poked his forehead. You're more stingy than me. Who asked you to save money? Yu Xiaoxiu said in a muffled voice, I didn't earn the money. It was given by someone else. It was easy for Yu Shu to understand Yu Xiaoxiu's thoughts. She knew that he cared about the money that Xia Mingming's family left behind and didn't want to spend it. She didn't think much of it. Although she saved Xia Mingming and took care of her in the future, it didn't mean that she didn't deserve it. From Xia Jiangjia's point of view, the safety of their Mrs. Life was much more important than a few hundred taels of silver. Since they gave it to her, she wasn't so noble as to not use it or give it back. But to Yu Xiaoxiu, she had to change her approach. She couldn't be too direct or too realistic. She had to leave some room for purity and nobility. What are you thinking? It's not like we're taking it for free. She's been living at home all these days, and she has to spend money on food and drinks. Do you think she won't feel embarrassed? Don't just think about yourself, think about others. If we don't take the money, how can we feel? Is that so? Li Ran, if you don't believe me, you can ask her next time you see her. Yu Shu had a stomach full of fallacies, but to coax Yu Xiaoxiu was like drinking cold water. Yu Xiaoxiu was fooled by her words and didn't keep a straight face anymore. He obediently let Yu Shu pick out the needle and thread for him. Yu Shu had made up her mind not to let Yu Xiaoxiu be looked down upon in school. She took care of everything when she bought things. She picked out the best purses, handkerchiefs, scarves, and hair bands. She spent all the money she brought before she led the dizzy Yu Xiaoxiu back home with a full load. One day at the end of October, Yu Shu woke up early and led Yu Xiaoxiu to Baichuan Academy in the north of the city. She brought some gifts and paid a visit to Academician Song, who was over 50 years old. She mentioned Shui Rui's name and quickly helped Yu Xiaoxiu complete the admission procedures and pay 2 months' tuition fees. Academician Song very responsibly tested Yu Xiaoxiu on a few questions about learning. After estimating his level, he arranged for him to be enrolled in the 3rd class. He also asked his page boy to go to the library to get a few textbooks for him. Then, he led Yu Xiaoxiu to the back courtyard, where the teachers rested, and personally gave him a few words of advice. Yu Xiaoxiu was very shy in front of strangers and didn't say much. But his well-behaved manner was liked by the elders. When the teachers saw that it was the academician who personally led them and that he was dressed well and had a fair face, they decided to take care of him in the future. There were 5 lecture halls in Baichuan Academy with a spacious garden and a small shooting range that could accommodate 30 to 50 people. Although the scale was only average in the north of the city, it was many times better than the Sanju study house in Jinyang. After all, Yu Xiaoxiu was still a child and was very curious about the new environment. After being led around the academy by Academician Song, his previous remaining resistance also disappeared. Mr. Yu, does your younger brother plan to listen to the lecture today or come tomorrow? Academician Song asked. Yu Shu said, since he's here, let him go to class. I'll come pick him up in the afternoon. All right. Academician Song then led them to the 3rd class lecture hall. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu walked behind and softly told him, lunch is in the back hall. If you don't know the place, just ask someone. You've paid for the meal. Wait for me at the door after class in the afternoon. Today is the first day, I'll come pick you up and let you know the way. Next time you'll be able to walk by yourself. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded and looked left and right, looking at the banners that could be seen at regular intervals along the corridor. After escorting Yu Xiaoxiu to the entrance of the lecture hall, Academician Song led the others inside. Yu Shu stood outside and peeked in through the half-open window. She saw that there was enough space for 20 people to sit inside. The windows were bright and the tables were clean. There were more than a dozen children in their teenage years. Each of them had a desk and a short chair. Their faces were filled with childish innocence. When they saw the new students, they all looked at them curiously. Seeing that Yu Xiaoxiu was arranged to sit in an empty seat in the second row, Yu Shu turned her head and left with Academician Song after the teacher signaled for him to take out his textbook and listen to the lecture with the other children. After sending Yu Xiaoxiu to school, Yu Shu walked out of Baichuan Academy and aimlessly on the street for a while. After the beginning of winter, the weather turned cold. The leaves on the streets were all withered. The only green that could be seen were some evergreen pines and cypresses that grew out of the eaves of some houses. It was a rare sight to see green everywhere like the Dingbo Hall he visited yesterday. It was as if it was spring all year round. The sun was hidden in the clouds, and the weather was a bit gloomy. It looked like rain was about to fall, but Yu Shu knew that the rain would be delayed until the evening of the day after tomorrow. It was rare to have such free time to wander around. Yu Shu calmed herself down and sorted out the recent situation, making plans for the future. Xia Mingming left and Xiaoxiu entered the school smoothly. Her fortune-telling stall in Osmanthus Lane was doing well and had a little reputation on the street. She didn't have to worry about money for the time being. Next, she considered finding a barter shop to be a barter customer. On one hand, she could get in touch with higher-level customers, and on the other hand, she could accumulate some experience for opening her own shop in the future. Chapter 187. Late at night, Yu Shu was lying on the bed, tossing and turning. She couldn't fall asleep, so she got up and gently turned on the oil lamp. She took a few pieces of paper with "Sleep Talk" written on it from Jing Chen before dinner in the evening and sat in front of the window thinking. It was a good sign that Jing Chen could dream about the past. Although he still couldn't remember anything, there were some clues to find. The bad thing was that some of the things he dreamed were not good news for Yu Shu. Speaking of which, it had to be traced back to half a year ago when she and Jing Chen had met in Yang. He had given her a stone called Yellow Frost, which she had accidentally lost. Before this, she had only felt that it was a pity, but now it seemed that the small yellow stone was actually not an ordinary item. If it had fallen into the hands of someone else, it would have instead become a bad thing. That yellow frost stone was also known as the adversity-blocking stone. It was the treasure of Jing Chen's sect. It was mainly used to block disasters for people close to him, so that they wouldn't be harmed by the Kata star. As for what other uses it had, Yu Shu didn't know. She didn't tell Jing Chen that the stone was used to block him. She only mentioned that he gave it to her, but she lost it. At this time, it was too late to complain that Jing Chen casually gave such an important thing to her. She was the one who lost the adversity-blocking stone, so she had to take the main responsibility. But it had been so long, to find it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was just a small stone, who knew where it was lost? She took out the booklet that was pressed on the corner of the table and flipped through it. It was densely packed, and it was all about the big and small disasters that she had predicted for the people around her these days. Counting the days, the time of Jing Chen's Kata star's attack should be coming soon. In the next few days, there would be trouble one after another. She carefully guarded against it, but she didn't know what kind of disaster was hidden in front of her. Sigh, if only there was a way to predict where the adversity-blocking stone is now. Yu Shu sighed anxiously. She suddenly had this crazy idea and couldn't stop herself from thinking about it. She didn't feel sleepy at all. Thereupon he counted the copper coins, took a pen and paper, and tossed out the numbers of the adversity-blocking stone that were related to her. He wrote them down one by one, buried them on the table, and began to write. He was trying to find a clue. Unknowingly, night had fallen outside the window. The sky was half dark and half bright. It was the time when people were sleepy and did not wake up. Jing Chen, who lived in the west room, woke up and planned to practice his swordsmanship for an hour before dawn. However, he saw a light under the big room's window, and a figure was reflected on the thin paper of the window. He was very surprised. "Why aren't you asleep at this time of the day?" Yushu was racking her brains over a bunch of numbers. She even pulled out a few tufts of her hair, so she didn't hear the gentle knock on the window above her head. It wasn't until Jing Chen's question entered the room through the window that she suddenly came to her senses. She looked up and saw that it was almost dawn. "Little fish." Yushu stood up and opened the window. After sitting for half the night, her waist couldn't stand it anymore and creaked. She quietly moaned and opened the window. She saw Jing Chen, who was wearing a white shirt, standing outside the window. He looked at her with a slightly worried expression. "Why aren't you sleeping at this time?" Yushu rubbed her waist and said, "I couldn't sleep, so I got up." Jing Chen lowered his head. His line of sight looked past the window and fell on the messy table. He wondered, "What are you doing?" Yushu yawned, "I want to see if there is a way to calculate where the adversity-blocking stone is." Listening to her explanation, Jing Chen was puzzled and asked, "Didn't you say that it was lost a long time ago?" "It's been so long, how can we find it?" "It's not easy to find it, but it can be calculated." As soon as this was mentioned, Yushu became energetic. She didn't even ask why Jing Chen got up at this time. She was afraid that she would wake up Yu Xiaoxiu, who was sleeping in the room, so she quickly gathered up the drafts that were scattered everywhere on the table. She grabbed the coat on the back of the chair and whispered to Jing Chen, "Wait for me, I'll talk to you outside." Jing Chen looked at the window in front of him closed from the inside. After a while, he heard the sound of the door of the big room. He turned his head and saw Yushu coming out with clothes on her back. She closed the door and waved at him. Jing Chen understood and walked forward. Yushu pushed open the room where Xia Mingming slept, lit the lamp, and sat down with Jing Chen at the four-corner tea table. She put the lamp in her hand and held the stack of papers. She pointed to the top and explained to Jing Chen, "Look, these are the days before and after you gave me the yellow frost stone. These are the days when I lost it. This stone is not a person, so it can't be found. Of course, it is troublesome to find it, but it won't run away by itself without legs. Let's not talk about where it was thrown away from me. You know I use copper coins to ask about myself, right? I asked many times last night. First, I asked where it was. Out of 10, 8 of them are guideposts. This means that I can ask about it from my body. I also divined whether it can find it or not. The probability is 50-50, which is interesting. If I can't find it, it's close to 40-60, but..." When Yushu talked about her expertise in probability and estimation, her two eyes glowed green with excitement. She didn't care if Jing Chen understood what she was talking about. She told him everything she thought of that night. Actually, she wanted to organize her thoughts and answer her own questions. She didn't even give Jing Chen a chance to interrupt. Fortunately, Jing Chen wasn't a person who liked to get to the bottom of things. If he understood her words, then he understood. If he didn't, then he would skip over it. So, this adversity-blocking stone was lost by me. It's not that I can't find it, it's just like that. Do you understand what I mean? When Yushu was finally satisfied, she gave Jing Chen a chance to speak. Actually, Jing Chen didn't really care whether the adversity-blocking stone could be found or not. After all, he couldn't remember anything. He could only rely on the words in his dream. He couldn't understand its importance. But seeing Yushu's excited expression, he didn't say anything. Instead, he cooperated and asked, "You mean, you already have a way?" This question hit the nail on the head. Yushu scratched her ear. She felt that she was too excited just now. She said embarrassedly, I haven't thought of a concrete method yet. But don't worry, I have a general direction. Give me a few more days to carefully ponder over it." At the end of the day, these were only hypotheses that she built up out of thin air. Without verification, it couldn't be accurate. And take your time to think about it. Jing Chen paused and looked at her eyes under the light. He guessed that she must have stayed up all night. He frowned inwardly but could not say any harsh words to reprimand her. He could only soften his tone and say, "There's no need to rush. Aren't you tired during the day?" "It's okay. My body is fine. I'll tell you." Before she finished her sentence, she yawned and squeezed out 2 tears from her eyes. Seeing her like this, Jing Chen didn't know what to say. He pulled her arm and skillfully pulled her up from the chair. He didn't hurt her. He pressed her shoulders and gently pushed her out. "Go back to your room and sleep." I still haven't confiscated the notes I wrote. I'll help you collect them. Go to sleep. Remember to ask Xiaoxiu to wake me up tomorrow morning. I plan to take you to the Taoist temple in the south of the city today. Don't be late. N. For the first time, Jing Chen gave a perfunctory response to Yushu. He pushed her back to the door and watched her enter the room. He stood outside the door for a while. When he heard the sound of her pouring water and drinking tea, and then taking off her shoes and going to bed, he turned around and went back to Xia Mingming's room to tidy up the scattered papers. When Yushu woke up, it was already late in the morning. She tucked her hair and climbed out of bed. Yu Xiaoxiu had already gone to school early. She felt a little depressed that no one had woken her up and that she had slept for nothing. She washed her face in the room, and as soon as she went out, she saw Jing Chen sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard. She couldn't help but tease, "You found a proper job to do." In this small courtyard, Jing Chen swept at least 3 times a day. She even suspected that when he was a Taoist in Mount Longhu, he swept the floor in front of the mountain gate. Jing Chen had already heard Yushu's footsteps. He stopped practicing the sword steps with the broom in the courtyard in advance. It looked like he was sweeping the floor. He didn't hear the teasing in her words. He looked at her recovered complexion and said, "Did you sleep well?" N. Yushu crossed her fingers over her head, stretched herself, and stepped over the threshold. As soon as she walked into the courtyard, a few drops of something fell on her head. She raised her hand to wipe it and looked at it. Her eyelids twitched. Ga. A crow flew over the roof. Yushu cursed in a low voice, "Smelly bird." She shook off the bird droppings on her hand and was about to go to the kitchen to get some water to wash up. Who would have thought that when she just took 2 steps, there was another "ga" sound on her head. Blue veins suddenly popped out on her forehead. Crow, bird droppings, such a good day, but such a bad omen. Jing Chen stood there and didn't have time to move. He saw the crow, who was squatting on the eaves and watching him sweep the floor, suddenly flew up, circled the courtyard twice, and defecated on Yushu's head. Yushu, who was refreshed just a moment ago, was on fire the next moment. She came forward and grabbed the broom in his hand. She fiercely chased the crow flying in the air and shouted unclearly, "I let you pee and defecate wherever you want, I let you pee and defecate wherever you want." Ga. Kim Bao, who was lying under the window and basking in the sun, was innocently implicated. He was lucky that he didn't get swept away by the broom. He jumped off the window sill and sneaked to Jing Chen's feet. He hugged his tail and hid behind his feet. He peeked his head out to see that the troublesome black bird couldn't fly after being hit by Yushu. Its feathers were all messed up, and it was cawing. "That's enough, Xiaoyu." Jing Chen came back to his senses and went forward to stop her. If she hit it a few more times, the crow would have to walk in the future. Yushu felt much better after venting her anger. She conveniently stuffed the broom into Jing Chen's arms and said, "Sweep the floor again. I'll go and dry my hair. We'll go out later." "It's already so late, do you still want to go out?" Jing Chen looked at the sun that was rising in the sky. Yushu said, "We'll go. Xiaoxiu won't be back at noon. The two of us will eat outside. We'll rent a car to go back and forth. We'll be back before dark." They had to go there sooner or later. They wouldn't be so scared by a bird that they didn't even dare to go out. Ga. Chapter 188. Rising Cloud Temple was located in the southern suburbs of Anling City. It was close to the city, so it received a lot of incense. Every day, many pilgrims came to pray to the immortals. Compared to the big exchange houses in the capital city, the temple was divided into a front yard and a backyard. The front yard was spacious. Upon entering, a huge incense burner was placed in the middle of the road. Green smoke could be seen curling up from the burner. A path led straight to the Hall of Three Pristines. Worshippers could be seen shaking hands and worshipping devotees everywhere. Some Taoists were dressed in green and white robes, neatly combed hair and sleeves. They walked freely in the temple. They looked noble and did not take the initiative to talk to others. Therefore, although there were many people in the temple, it was rare for it to be quiet. Yushu still managed to find out the location of this Taoist temple from Shui Rui. She brought Jing Chen here and circled around the courtyard for a while before entering the main hall. As soon as she entered, her nose was suffocated by the smell of incense and candles, and she almost sneezed. She rubbed her nose and looked at Jing Chen beside her. She saw that he was looking up at the Tao ancestor's sacred statue high up in the air with a dazed look on his handsome face. Yushu followed him to look at the huge painted stone statues. After looking for a while, she did not see anything special, so she turned her attention elsewhere. From east to west, there were more than a dozen futons. Most of the pilgrims were female. Some were gray-haired old women, and some were young girls. They closed their eyes and prayed with a pious expression. It was not clear whether they were praying for their children or for their parents' safety. Yushu was not an atheist. Seeing this scene, she felt touched and thought of donating some incense money later to go up and worship. Xiaoyu. After a long while, Jing Chen looked away from the statues and turned to call Yushu. He lowered his voice and said with confusion, "I seem to have been here before." Pfft! Yushu chuckled and waved her hand, ordering him to go to a corner of the main hall where there were fewer people. She said to him, "All Taoist temples look like this. It should be the place where you used to live on Mount Longhu, so it feels familiar. I'm sure you haven't been here before." She still remembered that her acquaintance in Yang City, Jing Chen, had told her that this was the first time he had left the mountain. Shangxi was so far away from the capital, and it was not as if he could just leave the house. How could he have come here before? Yes. Jing Chen nodded. Xiaoyu knew more about him than she did. Since Xiaoyu said that he had not been here, he must not have been here. Do you remember anything else? Yushu asked with a face full of expectation. She wanted Jing Chen to recall something after touching the scene. Jing Chen shook his head. Nothing else. Yushu was disappointed, but she didn't want to come here for nothing. She pointed to the direction where the hall led to the backyard and said, "Why don't we go there again?" Okay. The two of them walked around the front and back of the Taoist temple, leaving footprints everywhere except the places that people were not allowed to enter. Unfortunately, Jing Chen still couldn't remember anything. Only then did Yushu give up and brought him back to the main hall. She asked Jing Chen to wait while she went to buy a handful of incense and lit it up. They lined up in front of the statue of the sacred ancestor and prayed for peace. It was rare for Yushu to kneel, so she prayed for everyone she could think of: Yu Xiaoxiu, Jing Chen, Xiao Hui, Dr. He, Pei Jing, Aunt Shui, Aunt Lu, and even Shui Rue and Xia Mingming. She burned 10 joss sticks. While Yushu was silently praying for everyone, Jing Chen stood alone in front of the Hall of Treasures, waiting. Because of his outstanding appearance, many people who passed by the door would look back again and again. If there were only one or two, Jing Chen would notice if there were more. Seeing that Yushu, who was not far away, did not show any signs of getting up, Jing Chen thought that it would be a while longer, so he decided to wait outside. With his head half lowered, he walked out of the Hall of Treasures, and coincidentally, the person who had entered the Hall of Treasures was walking right in front of him. Both of them wanted to move aside. He moved to the left and the other person moved to the left. He moved to the right and the other person moved to the right. Since they couldn't move, they stopped at the same time and raised their heads to look at each other. Both of them were stunned. Right in front of Jing Chen stood a girl with half her face covered with a veil. Only her eyes could be seen and her facial features were unclear. However, he didn't know why, but he had a different feeling about her. If he really had to say what it was the same feeling he had when he saw the 3 statues of the founding masters. It was a vague sense of familiarity. Jing Chen said he was stunned, but it was only for a moment. He took 2 steps back and let the girl go first. The girl didn't hurry to leave. Her gaze lingered on his face for a moment before she realized that she had lost her composure. She lowered her head and bowed to him to thank him for letting her pass. Then she walked past him and entered the Hall of 3 Pristines. Jing Chen turned his head and looked at the girl's back again. There was a hint of confusion between his brows. However, he remembered that Yushu said that he had never been to the capital before and he shouldn't have recognized her. He thought that it was just an illusion. He turned and walked out. On the other side, Ji Xingxuan also turned her head and looked at the door. She raised her hand and touched her chest. She didn't know what that palpitation was. The 2 of them walked past each other and Yushu didn't notice. She burned half a stick of incense before she finished praying. When she turned her head and saw that Jing Chen had disappeared, she was shocked and ran out to look for him. When she saw that he was outside, she heaved a sigh of relief. "Is everything all right?" Jing Chen asked. Let's go back." Not long after they left, a figure stood out from behind the door. Looking at their departing figures, she frowned slightly. Her lips moved slightly under her veil. Why is it her again? After a trip to the Daoist temple, they didn't find anything. Jing Chen and Yushu both felt disappointed. However, they didn't show it in front of each other. When they got home, they did what they had to do. However, each of them had other plans in mind. The next morning, Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu went out together. They didn't push their stalls. They planned to go to Osmanthus Lane to look for shopkeeper Sunday. They wanted to see if they could establish a connection with Na Zhou's shop. They wanted to set up their stalls on the street and move into the building. On the way, the siblings separated. Yushu first went to Sun's wine shop. She didn't think that there would already be someone waiting there. The morning was bright and clear. Shui Rue sat at a table next to the cashier's counter. He placed 2 dishes on the table and chatted with shopkeeper Sunday. Looking at the door, when he saw Yushu enter, he gestured to her. His face carried a smile that was like a spring breeze, as if some joyous occasion had occurred. Drinking so early in the morning? Yushu walked over and sat opposite him. Seeing her arrive, shopkeeper's son stood up with a smile and left the table. He went behind the counter to do his accounts. Shui Rue lifted the lid of the wine pot for her to see. "How is this wine?" This is tea that shopkeeper's son specially steeped in a wine pot to raise one's spirits. Yushu moved closer to smell it. Sure enough, it was tea. Curiously flipping over a clean cup, she poured a cup and tasted it. She felt that the tea was bitter with a hint of sweetness from the wine. It wasn't bad to drink. The pot was already cold, but the tea was still warm. It seemed that he had been waiting for her for a while. You don't have any official business today. It's my day off, so I came to find you. Yesterday, I went to Baichuan Academy and heard from Scholar Song that you had already sent Xiaoxiu over. How is it? Is he used to it? Previously, Shuai had said that he would personally bring them to see Scholar Song. But those 2 days, he was busy, so Yushu went by herself. Now that she heard that he had come over again, saying that it was on the way, it was obvious that he had gone to take care of Xiaoxiu. Seeing that he was so concerned about Xiaoxiu, no matter what his motive was, Yushu couldn't help but thank him. And he quite likes it there. I really must thank you for finding such a good place to go. Otherwise, I would be worried that he would have some sort of illness staying at home all day. Hearing her sincere thanks, Shuai waved his hand. There is no need to be so courteous with me. Hearing this, the words that Yushu had been suppressing in her stomach for the past few days finally came out. I don't have anything to thank you for. If there is anything that I can help with, just say it. She owed Shuai a favor. This was not just 1 or 2. Regarding this, she was already calm. In any case, she was here to slowly repay him. Shuai had been waiting for her to say this. Putting down the teacup, he said, "What a coincidence. There is a matter that I need your help with." Yushu did not want him to reply so quickly. Her expression became anxious as she asked, "What is it? Let's go somewhere else to talk." Shuai raised the wine pot and pointed upstairs. He said to shopkeeper's son, "Are there any guests in the sunflower fragrance hall on the 2nd floor?" "No." "Then let's go upstairs and have a seat. In a moment, have the waiter bring some tea over." "Okay." Shuai led Yushu up the stairs and entered into a private room called the Sunflower Fragrance Hall. There were 2 wine tables within the room, and both of them were rectangular seats. The floor was covered with old velvet blankets, and it was the style of the Wei and Jin dynasties. Closing the door, the 2 sat facing each other. Shuai then stated his purpose for coming today. "I want to open a large restaurant in the northern part of the city. I have already found the floor, waiters and chefs. All I am lacking is a manager. Are you willing to help me?" Yushu did not expect that the help he wanted was this kind of matter. "Manager? Isn't the shopkeeper the one in charge? You want me to be an accountant, right?" She had already said that she could not help him with anything else. However, when it came to accounting, he knew of her background. Thinking back to the time when the Taihing Chamber of Commerce had asked her to be an apprentice accountant, it was him who had spoken to Pei Jing on her behalf. "It's not the same. I've found someone else for the manager and the accountant. I've asked you to help me keep an eye on the monthly accounts so that there won't be any mistakes. Secondly, I have official duties that I can't get away from. I need someone to take care of the people in the restaurant on my behalf. For some reasons, it's not convenient for me to find someone at home, and I can't trust an outsider. After thinking about it, I can only trouble you. How about it, if you are willing to come, apart from your monthly allowance, I will give you another 10% of the restaurant's profits. No matter how much you earn, it is up to you. You don't need to show your face often. If nothing happens, you can go about your business." Opening a big restaurant in the northern part of the city was a big business. 10% of the profits was a lot. Thinking about it, it was easy to know that it would be a lot. Not only would she manage people, but she would also not have to look at others' faces. Shuai tossed out a few baits, and Yushu was already able to smell the fish. This matter sounded like a good job, yet she knew very well that once she agreed to it, she would be tied to the same boat as Shui Rui, and it would be difficult for her to get off in the future. Don't be in such a hurry to reject me. My restaurant is still under repair, and it will take a month or so before it can open for business. Think about it before you give me an answer. I know that you are interested in E, but helping me won't affect you from learning E. The more people you meet, the wider the world, and the more rare things you hear from time to time, the better it will be for your future. It's better than setting up a stall on the street. Chapter 189. Because of Shui Rui's invitation, Yushu had to postpone her search for a job at the Yi house for a few days. She made an appointment to give him an answer a few days later. The two of them parted in front of Sun Ji Tavern. One left on horseback while the other took a detour to the Yi house on Osmantha Street. She wanted to find a quiet place to think about whether or not she should hitch a ride on Shui Rui's boat. It was still early in the morning and there weren't many people in the Zhou family's Yi house. There were two people copying books in the back room. Yushu randomly picked a book from the shelf and found a corner to sit down. After entering the capital, when she met Shui Rui again, she had the idea of keeping a respectful distance from him. Who would have thought that not only did she not stay away from him, but she would also gradually become closer to him. It was not impossible for her to be his assistant and help him with his business, but there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. She was afraid that once she joined him, she would be involved in unnecessary trouble, and it would be difficult for her to get out of it. That day at the Dingbua house, she had seen with her own eyes that the people Shui Rui associated with were all descendants of generals and princes. Any one of those people was not someone to be trifled with. Shui Rui even had a grudge with an imperial prince. Although she kept her mouth shut and didn't ask him too much, it didn't mean that she didn't think too much about it. Why would Shui Rui want to open a restaurant for no good reason? The Shui clan had been vassals to 3 dynasties, and they were a clan that lived a luxurious life. As the eldest son of the direct line of descent, would they really lack such a share of profits? He must have some other purpose. The restaurant he wanted to open couldn't be as simple as selling a few tables of food and wine. Shui Rui must be hiding something from her. She didn't blame him for this. After all, the two of them didn't have a sincere relationship. If he told her everything, it would be suspicious. This caused her to be in a dilemma. If she accepted this job, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to leave in the future. If she refused his invitation, she didn't want to give up this opportunity to climb up the ladder. It was hard for her to decide whether to accept or refuse. Alas! Yushu rubbed her forehead in distress. This guy surnamed Shui really left her with a difficult problem. As Yushu frowned, a customer passed by and saw her. He thought she was complaining about the article in the book and asked kindly, "Little brother, why are you sighing like this? Is there something you don't understand?" Yushu quickly sorted out her emotions. Holding the book in her hand, she stood up and said to the customer, "I want to buy some books related to Taoism. I wonder if there are books related to Taoism, books related to Taoism, books in Taoism." She still had a serious matter to attend to when she went out today. That was to search for Taoist books and buy them for Jing Qin to read. This was also the inspiration she had received after going to Ascending Cloud Temple yesterday. She wanted to let Jing Qin come into contact with more familiar things. Presumably, it would stimulate his memory. "Yes, over there. Follow me." Since Taoism was popular in the dynasty, people who studied Yi must read Taoism books and learn Taoism classics. Therefore, there was no lack of books related to Taoism in Yi's shop. Yushu rummaged through Yi's shop and bought 2 stacks of books. She would be lying if she said she didn't care about the money. Fortunately, she could read these books when she was free. By the time she finished packing and returned home, it was already past lunchtime. Jing Qin saw that she had returned late with so many books, so he curiously helped her take them. He was about to put them down in the big house when Yushu stopped him. Bring them to your room, they're all for you to read. For me. Jing Chen looked down and saw the words Lao Jun Jigui printed on the leather page at the top. He understood what was going on. Well, these are all Taoism books. You should have learned them when you were in Mountain Gate. Take them home and see if you have any impression. Yushu told Jing Chen and went back to her room to wash her face and wipe her sweat. Carrying a pile of books from the north of the city to the south of the city made her hands sore. After pouring the water from the basin into the vegetable field, Yushu wiped her neck with a handkerchief as she walked to Jing Chen's room. She peeked in and saw that he had placed the pile of books neatly on the desk. He was sitting in front of the window, reading a book seriously. She didn't disturb him and turned to the kitchen to get a bucket and a shoulder pole, preparing to fetch water from the well at the street entrance. Yushu Zhong put the shoulder pole behind the door and took it. When she looked down, she saw that the water tank behind the door was full of sparkling water. Suspicion appeared on her face. She remembered that when she was cooking in the morning, the water tank in the kitchen was almost empty. How could it be full now? Did little Xiao take advantage of her changing clothes to fetch water in the morning? It shouldn't be. In such a short time, with Xiao Xiao's strength, he can only carry 2.5 buckets of water at a time. It will take at least 3 trips to fill the water jar. Usually, they carry half a jar of water and leave it there until it is used up. So, if it isn't Xiao Xiao, it must be Jing Chen. He went out by himself. Yushu suddenly frowned. She leaned the pole against the wall and turned to look for Jing Chen. She stood in his room and asked, "Did you go out in the morning?" Jing Chen was concentrating on reading when he heard Yushu's question. He looked up at her and paused for a moment before nodding his head. "Yes, I went out." "Didn't I tell you not to go out alone?" Yushu couldn't help but raise her voice. She didn't know that her face was ugly at the moment and her tone couldn't hide her reproach. Seeing that she was angry, Jing Chen stood up from the chair and put down the book in his hand. Faced with her sudden anger, he was a little helpless. He wanted to explain, but found that there was nothing he could say. Because she did tell him not to go out, that's right. But, he just wanted to do something for them. His lips moved, and he finally said, "I'm sorry." Hearing this apology, Yushu realized that she had overreacted. She looked at Jing Chen who was apologizing to her in annoyance. She felt embarrassed and scolded herself for being stupid. It wasn't his fault, so why was she angry at him? Yushu wanted to say something to smooth things over, but Jing Chen said first, "I won't do it next time." "Don't be angry. I didn't say that you can't go out." Yushu couldn't tell Jing Chen the truth about his fate of Kata Star, so she could only say stiffly, "You have to know that you have been in danger and don't know where your enemy is. If you are seen in the capital and someone recognizes you and finds out that you are still alive, won't you be in trouble?" After listening to Yushu's stuttering explanation, Jing Chen nodded, "Yes, I know." Facing Jing Chen who didn't doubt her words at all, Yushu couldn't help but feel guilty. She avoided his trusting gaze and coughed lightly, "Then it's fine. You continue reading. I'll go cook." After that, she laughed twice and left his room. She did not forget to close the door. As soon as she left, she reached out her hand to slap herself on the face and walked to the kitchen with a gloomy face. Jing Chen looked at the closed door and sat back at the table. He picked up the book he was reading just now, but there was still a bit of doubt in his heart. He was not in the mood to read. Why did he feel that Xiao Yu was hiding something from him? Yu Xiaoxiu only came back in the evening. When he faced Yu Shu, he was a bit evasive when eating. It was dark, so she did not notice it at first. At night, when he was doing his homework, she lit up the lamp for him. Under the light, she found out that there was an inch-long cut on his left cheek. There was a blood scab on it. Yu Shu's expression changed. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't have time to hide it, and she turned his head. How did you do this? Nothing. I accidentally fell, Yu Xiaoxiu answered vaguely. Where did you fall? I don't remember. When Yu Shu heard it, she knew it was a lie. She said with a straight face, tell me the truth. Yu Xiaoxiu saw that he could not fool her, so he lowered his head and whispered, during archery class, a classmate's arrow missed and grazed me. He said it casually, but Yu Shu was frightened. The arrow missed and brushed past her face. What would happen if it was a little more off? Thinking of the divination she had done a few days ago, Yu Shu's face darkened. She did predict that Yu Xiaoxiu would see a little blood. At that time, she thought that he would at most be cut by a kitchen knife. Because of this, she did not let him help her cook for the past 2 days. Who would have thought that it would be such a blood method? Sister, I'm really fine. That person has apologized to me. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yu Shu's expression and deliberately interrupted. You don't know, I haven't done anything yet, but the guy who shot the arrow missed was so scared that he cried. He almost peed his pants, ah. Seeing that he could still laugh, Yu Shu couldn't help but slap him on the forehead and reprimanded in a low voice. You don't like horse riding and archery, then you might as well stop learning these 2 classes. Ah. How can I do that? This is what the academy teaches. How can I just stop learning it? Why not? Yu Shu frowned. Tomorrow, I will find Academician Song and tell him that your body is weak. You don't need to learn these 2 classes. Yu Xiaoxiu's face wrinkled, and he grabbed Yu Shu's hand and shook it, saying, Don't, it's so embarrassing. I will stay away from you next time, okay, sister? Yu Xiaoxiu's tone was pleading when he called her sister. Yu Shu couldn't stand being called like this, and her heart softened at that moment. She also understood that whether Yu Xiaoxiu was in danger or not had nothing to do with whether he went to class or not. I'll let it go this time, but remember, next time you see danger, stay away from me. Do you hear me? Go to your brother Jing's room and get the ointment. Forget it, I'll go. Yu Shu reprimanded Yu Xiaoxiu and asked him to continue with his homework. She went to Jing Chen's room to find the ointment she bought last time, which was said to be able to smooth scars. She applied it on Yu Xiaoxiu's face to avoid leaving scars on his good face. Yu Xiaoxiu was probably tired from playing in the school during the day, so he started snoring after finishing his homework. On the other side, Yu Shu couldn't fall asleep. She got up in the middle of the night, lit the lamp, and sat at the table, continuing to study how to find the yellow frost stone using the metaphysical theory of Yi Shui. She didn't know why these 2 days, but since she knew the importance of the yellow frost stone, she couldn't feel at ease. She always felt that she had to find the small stone. She estimated that it was almost time for Jing Chen's Kata star to act up. She had to brace herself to deal with it, lest she unknowingly fell into a trap. She didn't want to attract any fatal disaster and shake up her peaceful days. Chapter 190. Although she had to consider Shui Rui's suggestion, Yu Shu did not stay at home. The next day, she pushed her cart to Autumn Osmanthus Lane to set up her stall. She had not appeared on the streets for several days, and there were not many customers early in the morning. She could use this time to continue studying the method of finding things. Not long after, a pot of tea was delivered to Sun's tavern. Yu Shu looked at the pot and felt strange. Wasn't this the refreshing tea that Shui Rui drank yesterday? Seeing that she was confused, the waiter explained with a smile, Yuxing, you're so lucky. We sell this tea for 20 taels of silver a pot. We don't even brew tea for ordinary people. The young master who was with you yesterday was very generous. He told us that as long as you came to set up a stall, he would bring you a pot to quench your thirst. Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and felt it was funny. This Shui guy said he would give her time to consider, but he didn't forget to ask. Was he trying to win people's hearts by doing this? Thank you, waiter. I'll leave the tea here. Yushu knew it was a sugar-coated bullet, but she didn't refuse. She could just not come tomorrow. The waiter returned to the tavern with the empty plate. He leaned against the counter and whispered to the manager who was doing the accounts, "Manager, isn't Yushing a candidate for the Dian examination? It's almost the 12th month, so why is he so calm? He's not preparing for the exam at home, but setting up a stall." Shopkeeper's son did not even raise his head as he replied, "Why are you asking so many questions? Why do you care what others think? Go and clean the tables by the window." Yushu drank a cup of tea to refresh herself and continued to do the calculations. In the middle of it, there were customers, so she stopped to deal with them. It was almost noon when she packed her things and planned to go home for lunch. At noon, there were many people on the street. From the south, a group of merchants passed by with carriages and goods. The street immediately became congested, and Yushu was afraid that she would drop something in the crowd, so she moved her cart into the tavern behind. The waiter was free, and when he saw the manager go to the back to get wine, he came up to talk to her. "Yushing, have you heard? The Xiaojiang family from the south has come to the capital." How could Yushu not know that in the entire Audiobooks lane, there was probably no one who knew the news before her? She pretended to be surprised like the waiter. "Oh. Really? How can it be fake? News travels fast in our Audiobooks lane. Xiaojiang's family is holding a grand funeral for the young lady who was murdered. The coffin was sent from the north of the city to the south of the city. It looks like it's going to be carried to Jiangnan." Yushu raised her eyebrows. She did not know about this. No wonder there was no news from Xia Mingming after she was found that day. She was helping with the funeral. Could she have already returned to the south? Sigh, if you ask me, that young lady is too pitiful. She's the daughter of a noble family, but she had to leave her home and die outside. Slacking off again. Hurry up and get to work. Go to the back and carry the wine. Shopkeeper's son came out from the back and saw the waiter chatting with Yushu. He called out to him unhappily. The waiter pouted at Yushu and went back to work. Shopkeeper's son helplessly said to Yushu, "This waiter has been getting more and more lazy lately. He likes to talk nonsense. For the rest of your life, don't listen to his gossip." Yushu smiled and did not respond. "Shopkeeper, you go back to work. I'll go home now." "So early today?" "Yes. It looks like it's going to rain." "Shopkeeper, see if there's anything to dry in the backyard. Bring them into the house early." Yushu reminded him and pushed the cart away. Turning around, the caravan just happened to pass by the front door. She casually glanced over and saw the two words, "Tihin," on the yellow side of the cart. Pausing for a moment, her heart suddenly jumped. Turning her eyes again, she saw a large bearded man sitting on a horse amongst the crowd. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. If it wasn't Qiu Biao, then who else could it be? It could be said that it was a coincidence. While she was still in a daze, the person on the horse also turned his head to look. Just like that, the two people's eyes met. Yushu's eyelids twitched and she quickly turned around. Using one hand, she brushed away the papers on the cart. Pretending to pick them up, she crouched down on the ground, not daring to look back. She did not know if Qiu Biao had seen her or if he had recognized her. Anxiously waiting for a moment, the scene she was worried about did not appear. Yushu tilted her head to look at the side of the road. In the distance, she could still see Qiu Biao's back. Without delay, she picked up the papers on the ground and stuffed them into the cart. Silently bidding farewell to shopkeeper's son, she pushed the cart in the opposite direction of the caravan. Only when she had walked out of Audiobooks lane did she slow down. Stopping at the side of the road where there were fewer people, she panted with an uncertain expression. That day at the mouth of the river, the scene of the water bandits massacring the merchant ship and the scene of them being forced to jump into the night river flooded her mind. Her heart trembled with fear. Why did this group of people come to the capital? What are you spacing out for? Get off the horse and come in. In front of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce's branch in the capital, the cart stopped to unload the goods. Bai Qing came down from the cart and shouted at the distracted Qiu Biao. The surrounding people heard her, but pretended not to hear. In private, they couldn't help but discuss the rumors that Boss Bai and Captain Qiu didn't get along. Hiss, it shouldn't be. Qiu Biao flipped his chin and handed the reins to his subordinates. He followed Bai Qing in. Hearing his muttering, Bai Qing turned around and asked, "What shouldn't be?" "Old Bai, I think I saw someone just now." Qiu Biao scratched his beard and looked around. He pulled Bai Qing to a corner and whispered in his ear. Bai Qing's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "Where did you see him?" "On the street we just passed by." Bai Qing immediately arranged for his subordinates to unload the goods and pulled Qiu Biao out of the door. "Let's go back and take a look." Qiu Biao was reluctant. "It's not worth it. Aren't they all dead? My eyes must be playing tricks on me." Bai Qing glared at him and said in a low voice, "What do you know? When they died, I didn't see their corpses. I suspected that they escaped after crossing the river. If what we have done is exposed by them, not only will you and I suffer, but my big brother is also helping Pei Jing to fight for the opportunity to come to the capital to manage things. Once it is exposed, all of us will perish. If there are still any survivors, we can't let any of them go." Qiu Biao's expression also became nervous. He didn't think about saving a few more steps. After instructing the brothers in charge of guarding the team, he left the branch with Bai Qing one after another. They met up at the street and found Qiu Gui, who had passed by earlier. When Yu Shu returned home, Jing Chen opened the door and saw that her complexion was very bad. He quickly helped her carry the cart in and asked, "Are you not feeling well?" Yu Shu shook her head. She was hesitating whether she should tell him that she saw Qiu Biao and his group on the street. Jing Chen closed the door. He turned around and saw that she was still standing at the door in a daze. He felt that there was something wrong with her and asked, "What happened?" "It's nothing. I accidentally lost a piece of silver." Yu Shu thought that it was better not to tell him. If Qiu Biao didn't recognize her, this matter would be over. There was no need for another person to be responsible for it. Although Jing Chen felt that it was inappropriate, he didn't ask further. He looked at her slightly pale face and said, "Did you not rest well last night? Go to the room and lie down. I'll boil some hot water. I'll make you a pot of hot tea later." Yu Shu nodded. She went back to the room with a restless mind. She put on her shoes and lay down on the bed. Her heart was in a mess. Bai Qing and Qiu Biao were both vicious people, especially the former. He was a beast in human skin. That night, everyone on the ship was familiar with each other, but they could bear to kill them. If they found out that she was still alive, to prevent their evil deeds from being exposed, they would definitely think of a way to destroy her. She had inquired about the influence of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce in the capital. Although it wasn't a first-class chamber of commerce, it was still famous. Bai Qing was a very sinister and cunning person. With the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce as his backing, it would be difficult for her to tear his face off. The only thing she could do now was to hide for the time being. Thinking of this, Yu Shu couldn't help but comfort herself. It was just a glance. Even if Qiu Biao saw her, he might not recognize her. The matter might not be as serious as she thought. But just in case, she couldn't go to Audiobooks Lane for the time being. As for Yu Shu, she hid at home and didn't go out for several days. When Shui Rui had some free time, he went to Audiobooks Lane to find her. In the end, he didn't find her. Shopkeeper's son wasn't there, so he asked the shop assistant. He heard that he hadn't seen her in the past few days. He thought that she had deliberately refused him and was purposely avoiding him. He secretly suspected that he had bought too much in one go. Since he was here, he couldn't avoid a drink. He ordered some wine and was about to go upstairs when he was stopped by shopkeeper's son, who walked in from outside the door. Master Shui. Shopkeeper's son waved his hand for the waiter to do his work. He led Shui Rui to another table and sat down. After thinking for a moment, he said, Yuxing seems to have caused some trouble. Shui Rui was suspicious. Why do you say that? Shopkeeper's son said, in the past 2 days, there have been people coming to ask about him. They even asked where Yuxing lived. Shui Rui frowned. Who are they? Shopkeeper's son shook his head. I'm not sure. They don't seem to be people from the capital. They speak with a slight southern accent. Master Shui, I can see that your relationship with Yuxing isn't ordinary. It would be best if you go find him and find out what's going on. Shui Rui thought for a moment. Thank you, shopkeeper, for telling me. I will have to trouble you with this matter. If this group of people comes again, help me find out where they came from. At that time, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Shopkeeper's son waved his hand. Master Shui is too polite. Last time, I still have to thank you for helping me with my nephew's matter. This time, it was only a slight effort. How could I dare ask for a reward? As the two were talking, shopkeeper's son suddenly turned his head. Looking at the two people who had just entered, his expression changed. The two had already seen him and walked straight over. Shopkeeper. It's you guys again. Shopkeeper's son gave Shui Rui a look. Turning around, his face showed his displeasure. Didn't I say that person only set up a stall outside my family's wine shop? How would I know where he lives? Hearing this, Shui Rui knew that these people were looking for Yushu. Lifting his head, he looked at the two men in front of him. They both looked to be in their early 20s. Their clothes were decent and their arms were bulging. It was obvious that they knew martial arts. This discovery caused Shui Rui's heart to be on guard. This was not a simple matter of looking for trouble. They definitely did not come with good intentions. Shopkeeper, I will tell you the truth. That you brat is a swindler. He was originally from the same area as us. He extorted a large sum of money from our family's master and fled to the capital. We are here to arrest him. Do not try to cover for him. It would be best if you quickly tell us his whereabouts. Hearing the two men's bluff, Shui Rui laughed inwardly. That girl was truly an expert at swindling people. Thinking back, he had once been fooled by her. Shopkeeper's son's expression changed. He said, I really do not know where he lives. Why don't you leave a place for me to go? When he arrives, I will send someone to inform you. Hearing this, the two men discussed for a moment. Then they left a place for him to go. If he comes, then send someone to the 100 Complete Inn in the back to find the one surnamed Su. Remember, do not alarm him. Otherwise, he might escape. Okay, I will remember. Shui Rui, who was standing to the side, heard everything clearly. His fingers lightly tapped on his knees. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. In a moment, he would send someone to the 100 Complete Inn to ask around. He wanted to find out just what kind of person wanted to arrest Yushu. Chapter 191. In a clothing store in the north of the city, behind the counter, behind a green curtain, there is a small reception room. Shui Rui is sitting on a chair under the window, listening to the shopkeeper's report. Master, there is an outsider with the surname Su staying at the Baikwan Inn in Manthus Lane. He just checked in the day before yesterday with a few companions. Strangely, they are not staying in the same place. I sent someone to follow him for a day, and yesterday afternoon, I saw him entering a chamber of commerce in the south of the city. Which chamber of commerce? It is the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce. Shui Rui is puzzled. He knows about this Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce. That day in Yang, when he was disguised as Chao Zixin, there was a manager with the surname Pei who was interested in Yushu's fortune-telling ability. Under his persuasion, Yushu entered the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce as an apprentice. Now, they are looking for trouble with her. Even when she is in the capital, they still do not let her go. How big of a grudge is there? Seeing Shui Rui's expression, the shopkeeper thought that he does not know about the Tihan's reputation. He said, "Master, you have been away from the capital for 2 years. You probably do not know about this. This Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce is a business that has just moved to Enling City in recent years. Their business is booming and they have a good reputation. They also have some background." Shui Rui asked, "Is that so? Who is the person in charge here? Do I know him?" "Master, this is the owner of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce. You may not know him, but you should have heard of him." "Oh. Who is he?" "Do you still remember that in the previous Diyan examination, there was a fortune teller who wore mourning clothes when the results were released?" Shui Rui thought for a while and remembered this news when he was young. He hesitantly said a name that is difficult to pronounce, Gu Gai. The innkeeper was a little surprised that he could still remember him after such a long time. "It's that Gu Swansea, do you still remember him?" Shui Rui not only remembered that when Gu Gai was dressed in mourning clothes, he was also present. When he passed by, he saw with his own eyes the man in his 40s crying loudly in front of the Celestial Commissioner's door, without any joy of winning the championship. Later on, he heard from others that his parents had passed away a long time ago, but it was unknown who he was mourning for and who he was crying for on that joyous day. "Is this Gu diviner currently residing in the capital?" Shui Rui asked. "I don't know about that. Allow me to send someone to ask around." Shui Rui nodded his head and stood up. When he reached the door, he turned back and added, "Along the way, I want to find out if anything special has happened in the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce in the past 6 months. Yes, I will check it out as soon as possible." Shui Rui left the clothing shop, but did not return home. Instead, he took a sedan chair to Hengwu Building. He wanted to find someone who knows about the background of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce. Although he said to do it as soon as possible, when Shui Rui received the news, another 3 days passed. During this time, he sent someone to keep an eye on Sun Ji Tavern, but he did not go to Huixing Street to warn Yushu. Firstly, he did not know which household she lived in. Secondly, the capital was his territory. He was not afraid that something would happen to Yushu under his watch. However, after reading the news he just received, he still decided to look for her. Every month in a large chamber of commerce, big and small things happened. But there was one incident that caught Shui Rui's attention. A few months ago, a caravan traveling from Yang City to Anling was robbed by water bandits. Dozens of people died tragically and their corpses were thrown into the river. Only a few people escaped. This robbery case was very serious. It alarmed the government along the river. But the water bandits' whereabouts were erratic and they hid in the river valleys. The government was unable to catch the criminals. It was said that because of this, the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce issued a reward of 8,000 taels of silver. They claimed that if anyone could catch the group of criminals, the reward would be doubled. This caused many people in Jianghu to become restless. This incident, whether it was the time or the location, coincided with the day Yushu entered the capital. He could not help but suspect that this incident had something to do with her. If this was really the case, then it was not a small matter that could be easily solved. Although the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce was only in the middle of the capital, there was indeed someone behind it. Yushu did not show her face at Automosmanthus Square. Shui Rui did not know which street she lived in, so he was not in a hurry. In the middle of the afternoon, he finished his work for the day and went to Baichuan Academy. If he knew where the little monk was, he would not be afraid of not knowing where the temple was. Shui Rui arrived at just the right time. Not long after, he saw that the students had finished their classes. A group of half-grown children came out of the library, talking and laughing. Several groups of people passed by, and his sharp eyes saw a boy among them. It had been almost half a year since Shui Rui last saw Yu Xiaoxiu. Fortunately, this child's appearance had not changed, so he recognized him at a glance. But Yu Xiaoxiu was listening to the people around him and did not notice Shui Rui on the opposite side of the street. It was only when he heard someone call his name that he raised his head to look. Xiaoxiu. Yu Xiaoxiu saw the young man who called his name not far away and recognized him. He was dumbfounded and his mouth was wide open. He never thought that after such a long time, he would almost forget that there was such a person and see this face in the capital. Chow, brother Chow. Shui Rui smiled and looked at the surprised face of the child on the opposite side of the street. He thought, she really did not mention him to this child. Yu Shu stayed at home for a few days. Because she had something to do, she did not feel that it was a long time. She used the method of finding lost objects, but she did not make much progress. But this did not prevent her from enthusiastically researching. She often buried herself in front of the table for half a day. Even hatching eggs was not as diligent as her. Jing Chen was a little better than her. Although he also held those Taoist books all day and never left his hands, when it was time to eat, he would go to the big room to call her. The two of them ate, washed the dishes, and then went back to their respective rooms to continue their work. Hearing a knock on the door in the courtyard, Jing Chen put the book down and went outside to open the door. As soon as he pulled the door bolt, Yu Xiaoxiu squeezed in and closed the door. "Where is my brother?" Jing Chen pointed to the big room and watched Yu Xiaoxiu run in hurriedly and then close the door. Jing Chen was surprised by his unusual behavior, but he did not think much about it. He turned back to the room and continued to read. On the other side, Yu Shu was holding a charcoal pencil and drawing a parabola on the paper. Yu Xiaoxiu ran into the room. "Sister. You are back," Yu Shu said without looking up. "Sister, I saw Brother Chow." "Oh." Yu Shu drew 2 more strokes and suddenly turned her head. "What did you say?" Yu Xiaoxiu then told Yu Shu about Shui Rui going to the book garden to find him. In the end, he complained, "Sister, why didn't you tell me that Brother Chow is also in the capital? I was not prepared at all when I saw him today. I was so shocked." Yu Shu looked embarrassed. It was not that she deliberately hid it from Yu Xiaoxiu. It was just that she did not want to have anything to do with Shui Rui in the beginning, so she did not tell him. Later, when the two of them got closer, she did not know how to tell him. "I was going to tell you in 2 days." Yu Shu tried to fool him and asked strangely, "What did he say to you when he went to find you?" "Oh, yes." Yu Xiaoxiu patted his head and reached out to pull her. "You should go quickly. Brother Chow is waiting for you outside the alley. He said he has something to tell you." "Ah. You brought him here." Yu Shu stood up in surprise. Yu Xiaoxiu pursed his lips and said, "You're still talking about it. You don't know how much effort it took for me to convince him to wait outside and not bring him into the house. Otherwise, if he saw Big Brother Jing, I'd like to see how you're going to explain yourself." Yu Xiaoxiu did not mean anything else. He was just reasonable. He felt that it was not good to let Chao Zixin know that his sister, an unmarried woman, lived in the same courtyard with a man. In this regard, Yu Shu had other ideas. Shui Rui was a very smart person. If he saw Jing Qin, he would definitely have suspicions. It was not good to let too many people know about Jing Chen's matter. It was better not to complicate matters. "Well done." Yushu patted his shoulder. Then I will go out for a while. I will tell you when I come back. Well, go quickly. Otherwise, he will come looking for you later. Yu Xiaoxiu urged her. Yushu held the charcoal pen for a long time. She did not wash her black hands and ran out. When she went out of the door and looked into the alley, she saw Shui Rui's conspicuous figure dressed in brocade clothes. Shui Rui also saw her, so he waved his hand at her. Yushu quickly walked over and chatted with him. Why did you come looking for me? Shui Rui had not seen her for several days. When he saw her, he first looked at her and then pointed behind him. I have something to ask you. It is not convenient to say it here. My carriage is parked on the street in front. Yushu thought that he wanted to ask her about helping him with some business at the restaurant. She followed him. Who would have thought that when she got on the carriage, the first thing he said was, I have not asked you in detail. How did you come from Yang to Anling? Yushu blinked her eyes. Didn't I tell you? I hired a few escorts to send us to the capital. Shui Rui stared at her face for a while. He suddenly said, how did you offend the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce? Yushu's heart skipped a beat. She frowned and said, what do you mean? Shui Rui knew that if he did not explain it clearly, this girl will not tell him the truth. He bluntly said, do you know that the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce is looking for your whereabouts? Only then did Yushu's expression change. Shui Rui kept looking at her, and when he caught the panic in her expression, he frowned. Ever since he got to know her, he had always seen her laughing and joking around, but he had never seen her being afraid of anything. What exactly was it that made her lose her composure? When Yushu heard Shui Rui's words, she knew that the worst thing happened. Qiu Biao recognized her in front of the restaurant. What's the matter? You can discuss it with me. I can help you think of a solution. Shui Rui's tone was steady and carried a comforting tone. Yushu's mind calmed down when she heard this, and she pondered for a moment before deciding to be frank with Shui Rui. Now wasn't the time for her to put on a brave front by herself. Since Bai Qing and Qiu Biao had noticed her, they would surely not let her off. Instead of placing her hopes on them being unable to find her, it was better to make the first move and think of a way to deal with that group of people so as to put an end to all future troubles. In this way, it is best to have a helper like Shui Rui. Chapter 192. Facing Shui Rui's question, Yushu told him everything about how Bai Qing and Qiu Biao deceived everyone and colluded with water bandits to rob the merchant ship after they boarded the ship. She only left out the part about Jing Qin and did not mention much about how she saved Xiaomingming. Shui Rui felt a wave of shock in his heart when he heard this. He'd known since long ago that it wasn't easy for the two of them to leave their hometown and come all the way to the capital, yet he never expected that there would be such a dangerous story behind this. She'd actually almost been killed on the way and lost her life. If she was not lucky enough to escape, how could she still sit in front of him and talk? Shui Rui's face couldn't help but turn ugly. At this moment, his mood was complicated. He was interested in Yushu. He admired her magnanimity and liked her slyness. That day when they were engaged, he had the chance to marry this girl. However, because he pitied her life and knew that she did not like to be restrained, he followed her wish and let her go. He thought that with her intelligence and ability, it would not be difficult for her to leave the Ji family and live a stable life with her brother. Who knew that she was ambitious and traveled all the way to Anling to study? That was how they met again in the capital. He admitted that he approached her with the mentality of not wanting to let go of her even though he couldn't get her. Taking care of her was also intentional. Although there was a bit of sincerity in it, it was mostly because of his pride as a man. It wasn't that he didn't expect her to be moved. He had originally enjoyed the process of her avoiding him, adapting to him, and finally having the intention to rely on him. He had even thought of using the restaurant as an excuse to keep her by his side. But now, After knowing how she had narrowly escaped death to come to the capital, how she had endured the danger of being killed, and how much hardship she had secretly swallowed, it was unknown to anyone. She did not tell anyone. He just realized the burden on her back was much heavier than he had imagined. But he was taking pleasure in attracting a girl who lived a serious life like this and tempted her to rely on him. If she knew what he was thinking when he treated her well, she would probably disdain him. Shui Rui laughed at himself and suddenly felt that he was a little hateful. That's what happened. Yu Shu finished telling the story. Seeing that Shui Rui did not say a word, she continued, "They know that I am not dead, so they will definitely find me to silence me. Only by exposing their faces and bringing these evil people who murder for money to justice will I be able to return to safety." Bai Qing and Qiu Biao would definitely be punished for their crimes, and it would be hard for them to escape death. Only when the two of them were dead could she feel at ease. Only when she, a living witness who knew the truth, was dead could they feel at ease. When she spoke these words, she looked at Shui Rui, and she was already prepared to be tactfully refused by him. After all, this matter wasn't an ordinary small favor, and it was related to murder, a murder case, and the slightest mistake would cause her to be covered in blood. There was no need for him to get involved with her. Shui Rui sorted out his emotions. He did not take the initiative to make a decision for her like the previous few times. Instead, he asked, "What's your plan now?" Yu Shu pondered and said, "I want to see the person who is in charge of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce." When the ship was killed, the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce must have suffered a great loss. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce knows the true colors of Bai Qing and Qiu Biao. He will not tolerate them. In this way, they will have no backer and I will have an extra helper. It will be much easier to punish them. Shui Rui said, "The owner of this Tihin. I have a way to let you see him. The key is that there is no evidence now. How can you guarantee that the owner of the Chamber of Commerce will believe your words? I heard that this Bai Qing is sinister and good at pretending. Don't be bitten by them." Yu Shu saw his attitude. He did not hesitate to help. It would be a lie to say that she was not touched. She temporarily suppressed her gratitude and said seriously, "I need your help." Shui Rui nodded, "Speak. Can you help me find out where the people from the Xia Jiang family are and whether they are still in the capital?" Yu Shu saw that Shui Rui didn't understand, so she explained. "That Xia Jiang clan's fourth young miss entered the capital with me. We escaped from the ship together, and she was almost killed as well. If the Xia Jiang clan were to find out that this group of people entered the capital, they would probably not let them off." Only now did Shui Rui know how Yu Shu knew Xia Jiangmin, and he was curious. "According to what you're saying, the Xia Jiang clan probably wouldn't let this group of people off lightly. But why didn't I hear anything about the people from their clan that came from Jiangnan a while ago? No one went to the Ministry of Justice or the Yamen to complain." Yu Shu frowned and thought of a possibility. She hesitantly said, "Maybe they don't want to make a big deal out of it. For a family like the Xia Jiang family, it would not be good for the young miss to leave home and travel alone. If it was made big, it could ruin Xia Mingming's reputation." Shui Rui thought it was very likely as Yu Shu said, but he still suggested, "Not necessarily. I will take you to the Xia Jiang family first and see what they say. I heard from the people on the street that Xia Jiangying's coffin has been taken away." "Are the Xia Jiang family still in the capital?" "They are still there," Shui Rui said. "The palace summoned Xia Jianglang a few days ago. They won't leave so quickly." Yu Shu nodded, "Then let's go see them. If Xia Jiangmin points them out, things will be easier." Others would not listen to the words of a nobody, but as the young miss of the Xia Jiang family, she would not wrongly accuse a merchant she had no connection to. Yu Shu discussed with Shui Rui for a while. The view inside the carriage gradually darkened and the sky outside became dark. "Then let's do this. I will come pick you up tomorrow morning. They agreed to meet the Xiaojiang family tomorrow. Yu Shu said goodbye to Shui Rui but did not thank him. She got off the carriage. Shui Rui sat alone in the carriage and raised his hand to wipe his face. He couldn't help but push aside the curtains and look outside. He found a slender but straight figure in the night. For the first time, he did not hope for her to turn back. However, the figure stopped and turned around at the corner of the street. The young girl turned her head, and after a glance, her face became blurred in the night. Shui Rui's chest tightened. He loosened his fingers and the window rolled down. He leaned against the wall of the carriage and clenched his fists on his knees. "Sister, why did Brother Chow look for you?" After dinner, Yu Xiaoxiu pestered Yu Shu and asked. Yu Shu did not intend to tell him about her encounter with Qiu Biao. She casually said, "Oh, he took a friend's horoscope and asked me to read his horoscope. Since I haven't been to Autumn Osmanthus Lane these few days, he came to my house." Yu Xiaoxiu did not suspect anything. He leaned across the desk and said to Yu Shu, who was checking his homework, "Sister, why is Brother Chow in the capital?" Yu Shu raised her eyelids. "Why didn't he tell you?" He knew that she did not mention him to Xiaoxiu, so he did not know if she made him unhappy. Yu Xiaoxiu gloomily said, "No, Brother Chow told me to ask you." The corner of Yu Shu's mouth curled up. This meant that he was angry. It wasn't surprising. She was the one who was being unkind. When Yu Xiaoxiu entered the school, that person had been busy with everything and was even more diligent than she was. In the end, she didn't even mention him in front of Xiaoxiu. If it were her, she would also be unhappy and throw a tantrum. "Do you know who suggested you to go to school?" "It was Brother Chow." Yu Shu looked at Yu Xiaoxiu's surprised face, as if he was not surprised enough. She said, "No, you should call him Brother Shui now. Your Brother Chow's surname is Shui, not Chow. Chao Zixin is his fake name. His real name is Shui Rui. He is the eldest young master of the current government minister's family." "Oh, yes, he is the eldest young master Shui who wanted to marry the Ji family and almost took me as a concubine." Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes widened little by little. He was completely dumbfounded. Yu Shu looked at his dumbfounded face and felt much better. She reached out and flicked his forehead. Yu Xiaoxiu rubbed his forehead and closed his jaw. He stammered, Then, Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his ears and cheeks. He wanted to ask a question, but he couldn't get a complete sentence out. Yu Shu looked at him anxiously and waved her hand, interrupting him. "Don't ask so many questions. Hurry up and wash your face and go to sleep." Yu Xiaoxiu could only drag his feet and walk away reluctantly. Shui Rui found out where Xia Zhang's family lived the night before. The next morning, he brought Yu Shu there. When they arrived at the door of a house, he asked her to get out of the car and waited outside. Yu Shu reported her name at the door. The guard went inside to report. After waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a maidservant came out to receive her and lead her inside. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Xia Zhang's family did not have a mansion in the capital. This house was temporarily borrowed from someone else. Along the way, there was no one in the garden. It was cold and cheerless. Yu Shu was brought to a hall in the south. As soon as she went up the stairs, she saw an ink painting in the middle of the hall. There was a man wearing a green robe with large sleeves. At first glance, this man looked to be around 30 years old. When she looked at him again, she felt that he should be older. Because of his handsome appearance, it did not show his age. However, his calm temperament was not something that a 30-year-old could easily have. This must be Xia Mingming's father, the second master of Xia Zhang's family, Xia Zhang's Helang. Yu Shu looked around the room and did not see Xia Mingming. She then looked at Xia Zhang's Helang, who was calmly sitting on a chair. When he saw her enter the door, he did not move at all. She understood in her heart that this trip would not go smoothly. When she looked at him, Xiao Zhang's Helang also saw her clearly. Although he saw that she was dressed as a young man, he knew that she was a girl. "Miss Yu, please come in and sit." "Greetings, Sir Xiao Jiang." Yu Shu walked in and thought for a moment before bowing. Then she found a chair and sat down. She didn't say any polite words and directly asked, "Why don't I see fifth miss?" Xiao Zhang's Helang said, "My daughter is not feeling well and is recuperating in her boudoir." "Sick?" Yu Shu suddenly stood up with a worried expression. "Can I go see her?" Xiao Zhang's Helang's expression didn't change as he said, "She has a cold. Don't implicate others. Miss Yu, please sit." Yu Shu sat back down and thought that it was fake that he was sick. He really didn't want her to see him. Chapter 193. May I know what business Miss Yu has with me today? Yu Shu was well versed in the ways of the world. Seeing Xia Jiang Helang's attitude, she knew that it was useless to continue being courteous with him. She went straight to the point and said, "I believe Mr. Xia Jiang has heard from your daughter that we were robbed and almost killed along the way. I am here today to inform you that the thieves from the Shang family are now in the capital. I hope Mr. can lend me a hand and help me bring those murderers to justice." Xia Jiang Helang's expression was as usual. After listening to Yu Shu's words, he slowly said, "Miss Yu must have made a mistake." "What murderers? I have never heard my daughter mention it. Weren't you escorted by an escort and safely entered the capital?" Yu Shu narrowed her eyes slightly. She had expected that Xia Zhang's family would try to keep the peace, but now they were pretending to be dumb. How could she not know what kind of temper Xia Mingming had? Why hadn't she mentioned it? He probably didn't want to mention it. Yu Shu was silent. Although they were both survivors of the incident, Xia Mingming was different from her. He had a family to rely on. As a wealthy family, the Xia Jiang family was naturally not afraid of Bai Qing and Qiu Biao. Even if they knew that Xia Mingming was alive, they probably wouldn't dare to find the Xia Jiang family. Therefore, Xia Jiang Helang was not afraid and didn't want to make this matter public. It was like a tiger cub being kicked by a rabbit. Even if the tiger was angry, it wouldn't be afraid that the rabbit could bite its cub to death. However, she was different. She had no backing and no power. If she didn't get rid of Bai Qing and Qiu Biao, there would be a disaster. "My daughter has a spoiled temperament. I am very grateful that Miss Yu took care of me along the way. I heard that Miss Yu is also a person of Yi Dao, so I specially prepared a gift. Come in." Xia Jiang Helang changed the topic and called in a servant. A half-foot-long golden velvet gift box was sent to Yu Shu. This is a 60-year cycle Na-in scroll. It has the annotations of several generations of my Xia Jiang family's ancestors. It is a secret that is not passed on to outsiders. I will now give it to Miss Yu to help you learn. Yu Shu looked at the brocade box in front of her. She stood up with an expressionless face and said to Xia Jiang, "I have disturbed Mr. Xia Jiang by visiting without notice. I will take my leave now." After she said that, she didn't even look at the box that contained the notes that the traders dreamed of and walked out. Xia Zhang's Helang's eyes flashed as he called out, "Miss Yu." Yu Shu turned her head and saw Xia Zhang's Helang standing up. He cupped his hands in front of his chest and raised his eyebrows. "My daughter is young and inexperienced. She has caused a lot of trouble for Mississippi. As her father, I will be strict with her. Xia Jiang has a presumptuous request. I hope that Miss will keep quiet about the matter of my daughter running away from home." At this point, in the face of a father's request, what else could Yu Shu say? She raised her hand to return the greeting and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, Mr. Xia Jiang. I will only treat it as a chance meeting with 5th Mississippi." Xia Zhang's Helang put down his hand and looked at Yu Shu's departing figure. He sighed and said to himself, Mimin's father is doing this for your own good. You are a person with great fortune. How can you leave behind any evidence? Shui Rui sat in the carriage and waited. From time to time, he would open the window to look. He finally saw Yushu's figure appear in the distance in front of the gate. When she came closer and observed her expression, he knew that her trip was not going smoothly. Sure enough, after Yushu got into the carriage, she shook her head at him as soon as she sat down. No, they are not willing to help. She did not explain why the Xiaojiang family was not willing to help, but with Shui Rui's brain, he did not need to ask to know why. Seeing that she looked tired, Shui Rui seemed to have guessed her mood. His tone was calm as he said, "It's okay. I can help you." Yushu raised her head to look at his serious face. She could feel his sincerity. Her heart moved faintly. There was a matter that she could not make up her mind about, but at this moment, she made a decision. With a relaxed smile, she said, "When this matter is over, I will help you to look after that restaurant." Shui Rui's expression changed. He said, "This matter is not urgent. Let's talk about what to do next first. Now that the Xiaojiang family is not willing to help, you have to make other plans." Yushu nodded. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Actually, there is another way." "What is it?" "Since we cannot beat the grass and alert the snake," Yushu raised her hand to touch her chin, "then we can lure the snake out of its hole." Shui Rui thought for a moment and knew what she meant. He immediately frowned and rejected, "No." Yushu glanced at him, "I haven't said anything yet, and you already know it's not possible." Shui Rui looked at her disapprovingly. How could he not know what she was thinking? Luring the snake out of its hole was nothing more than her appearing to provoke those people's killing intent. Then, she would catch them in the act. "If you want to put yourself in danger, it would be better for me to think of a way to drive these people out of the capital. Otherwise, I will find a reason to send them to prison. Even if they are locked up for a year or so, it would be fine." His tone sounded arrogant, but Yushu knew that he was not boasting. With his identity as the young master of the Shui family, it was not difficult for him to deal with a merchant. However, this was only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Her eyes flashed with a cold light. What she wanted was not a temporary solution, but to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. "What about in the future? When they come out of prison, they will not let me go. Can I hide from these people for a lifetime?" Yushu looked serious. "Now the enemy is in the light and I am in the dark. It is a good opportunity to find them out in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if they are vigilant, I am afraid that I will be in more danger. I would rather take a risk now than live in fear in the future. Do you understand?" Bai Qing and Qiu Biao would never think that she had a helper like Shui Rui. She just needed to sell them a loophole and let them walk into the trap and expose their tails. Such an opportunity must not be missed. Shui Rui knew that what Yushu said was reasonable. Although he did not agree with her taking risks, there was no better way. He could easily control those merchants, but he could not kill them. He could only punish them and punish them according to the law. What are you going to do? In any case, he would protect her. Yushu sneered, "Aren't they looking for me? When they find me, they will definitely kill me." Then, Yushu returned home at dusk. She did not mention anything about visiting Xiaojiang's family today. She also did not show any unusual expression in front of Jing Qin and Yu Xiaoxiu. She was so calm that she did not look like a person who knew that she was going to be killed. The next morning, Yushu, who had been idle at home for many days, finally went out with her cart. Before leaving, she did not forget to leave a message to Jing Qin and Yu Xiaoxiu. "Boss Shou of Fu an escort agency wants me to look at the house. I may come back late tonight. You guys eat by yourselves, don't wait for me." Jing Qin nodded his head. Yu Xiaoxiu was also planning to go out with his bag. "Then don't come back too late. It will be dark on the road." How about I wait for you on the street at night? No, I won't get lost. Jing Chen, remember to drink your medicine. We are leaving. Yu Shu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and waved her hand at Jing Chen. Jing Chen also waved his hand. Be careful on the road. After closing the door, Jing Chen went back to the courtyard. He looked up at the sky. Then, he tiptoed and leaped forward. His body was so light that it was 6 feet above the ground. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the eaves. Then, he stepped on the wall. He turned around in the air and steadily landed on the ground. In his hand, there was a rough wooden sword that was made from a tree branch. He held the sword in his hand and took a few steps back. As soon as he drew his sword, the sword moves were like moving clouds and flowing water. The sound of each move was ear-piercing. In the morning, in the hall of the Taihing Chamber of Commerce in the south of the city, Bai Qing was discussing today's business with a visiting merchant. Suddenly, a short-legged attendant rushed in and whispered a few words in his ear. Bai Qing's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands and apologized to the visitor. I'm sorry, I have an urgent matter to deal with. We will talk another day. After that, he asked the waiter to send him away. He turned to his attendant and said in a low voice, Find Qiu Biao. Yes. Bai Qing turned and went to the backyard. He entered a room in the corner that was used to store miscellaneous items. He paced back and forth. Just as he sat down, Qiu Biao came looking for him. As soon as he entered the door, he excitedly said, Old Bai, you found him? Shu. Bai Qing closed the window behind him and beckoned him to come closer. I found him. He is now outside the Sun Ji Tavern. Su San is watching him. He can't escape. Then what do we do now? Should we hurry and capture him? Qiu Biao made a knife gesture with his palm and slashed downwards. His expression was fierce. Bai Qing shook his head. There is no hurry to kill that kid Oshu. He wasn't the only one who ran away that day. There should be others. Let's first have someone follow him and see where he goes at night. When the time comes, we will follow the clues and capture him. This time, there must be no fish that escapes the net. You are so thoughtful. Then I will immediately send 2 more brothers to prevent that kid from slipping away. Qiu Biao said. Bai Qing hesitated for a moment. I'm afraid that won't be appropriate. Do you remember the person we fished out of the river? That person's kung fu is powerful. That day on the boat, he killed Ah San in one move. If that person is here, just a few brothers won't be able to subdue them. Qiu Biao rumbled, I will do it myself. I don't believe I can't take them down. Bai Qing sneered, even with you, it is not enough. We need to find another helper. Qiu Biao was suspicious. Who? Is there someone whose kung fu is better than mine? If you see him, you can try. Let's go, there is no time to lose. Let's go see that friend who only cares about money and not people. If we can invite him, we will make our move tonight. Yu Shu set up a stall in Osmanthus Lane for the whole day. At noon, she bought 2 sesame seed cakes to fill her stomach. There were not many customers today. She sat until dusk and then packed her things to go home. After leaving Osmanthus Lane, night fell. She walked at a moderate pace. After passing through a few streets, there were fewer people on the road. If she turned her head at this time, she would see 2 people sneakily following her. But Yu Shu didn't turn her head. She hummed a tune as she pushed the cart with one hand and shook the half bag of coins she earned today with the other. She entered the alley and parked the cart on the side. She went forward and knocked on the door. Xiaoxiu, I'm back. Open the door. Chapter 194. At night, the small courtyard was quiet. The lights in the room had long been extinguished. In the darkness, Yu Shu sat on a chair, bored to death as she looked at the figures standing by the window. She said softly, "I'm just afraid that they won't come tonight. If I have to wait here all night, Xiaoxiu will be anxious to death." Shui Rui was watching the movements in the courtyard through a crack in the window. Hearing the voice, he turned his head and laughed in a low voice. "Who told you to hide it from him?" It turned out that when Yu Shu left Xiu Fang, she did not return to her own home. Instead, she asked Shui Rui to find an empty house for her. In this courtyard, there were 2 rooms with a dozen highly skilled soldiers lying in ambush, waiting for the group of people to walk into the trap. With so many people protecting her, it was hard for Yu Shu to be nervous. She coughed lightly and said, "AI, isn't this an abuse of personal power?" She did ask him to find a few thugs, but she didn't ask him to find a group of soldiers from the Yamen. "How is this an abuse of personal power?" Shui Rui sternly said, "This robbery case has a record in Fengfeng Prefecture. As an official of the Supreme Court, I have the duty of supervising unjust cases. Of course, I have the responsibility to help solve the case and arrest the real culprit." Yu Shu curled her lips. Did he think she didn't know what the Supreme Court did? A case that happened in Fengfeng, how could he, a Jing official, be in charge of it? Shui Rui waved his hand at Yu Shu. His eyes narrowed and he said in a low voice, "They're coming." Yu Shu's expression instantly became serious. Afraid of making a sound, she sat motionless on the chair and pricked up her ears to listen to the movements outside the window. Just as she heard some light footsteps, before she had time to be nervous, she heard the sound of a teacup shattering in the room. The next moment, there was the sound of breaking doors and windows in the courtyard, followed by several shouts and the clanging of cold weapons. Hearing that there was a fight outside the courtyard, Yu Shu froze. She hurriedly stood up. Just as she took a step forward, Shui Rui raised his hand to stop her. "Let's wait a little longer." Yu Shu stopped and silently counted to the 23rd count in her heart. Then she heard a loud voice outside the door reporting, "Milord. The intruders have all been captured." Only then did Shui Rui light the candle on the table. He turned to Yu Shu and said, "Let's go. Let's go take a look." Yu Shu had a strange expression on her face. She had originally thought that there would be a fierce battle. How could it be resolved before she even had the time to wash her face? To think that she had been prepared to put herself in danger. What a waste of time. Shui Rui noticed her expression, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Did she really think that he would let her take the risk? If that was the case, then he was too incompetent. Just in case, the people lying in ambush in the courtyard were not ordinary soldiers. He said that to Yu Shu, but this group of people was actually a group of elite soldiers that he had borrowed from the military office. Yu Shu followed Shui Rui out of the house. The small courtyard outside was not bright. The moonlight was not bright and there were dark figures everywhere. Soon, someone lit a torch. As soon as the courtyard was lit up, Yu Shu could clearly see the scene in front of her. It was difficult for 2 people to fight against 4 people. There were a few swords and ropes on the ground, but there was not much blood. The people who were still standing were all soldiers in regular clothes. The 4 masked men who were kneeling on the ground were obviously here to kill them. Yu Shu's eyes lit up when she saw a figure who was being restrained by 2 people and was still struggling. It was a pleasant surprise. Yu Shu pursed her lips and walked forward. She pulled off the mask on his face. When she saw the signature beard, the anger that she felt when she was forced to jump into the river for a long time came back. She immediately sneered, "Captain Chiu, how have you been? In the middle of the night, you broke into a private house and even brought a sword. Did you enter the wrong house or do you want to commit crimes?" Chiu Biao knew that he had fallen into a trap. His face turned red. He was shocked and angry. He looked at the young man who was sneering in front of him. He did not know where the martial artists in the courtyard came from. For a moment, he couldn't find anything to say. Shui Rui stood behind Yu Shu and did not interrupt. He wanted to see what she would do. Why don't you say anything? Yu Shu stretched out her hand and used the back of her hand to slap Qiu Biao's face. The slap was not light nor heavy, but it was enough to humiliate him. Are you afraid after seeing so many people? Ha, so you only have this little guts. Humph. Qiu Biao turned his head angrily and dodged Yu Shu's slap. It's my bad luck to fall into the hands of a brat like you again. Thinking back on the ship, Qiu Biao attacked Xia Mingming and locked him in a bucket in the warehouse. It was Yu Shu who saw through him. Shui Rui's brows raised in displeasure when he heard this insult, whereas Yu Shu started laughing instead, and she fiercely grabbed Qiu Biao's beard with her fingers, forcing him to face her. It's not that you're unlucky, it's that you're stupid. Compared to that old fox, Bai Qing, you're his dog, and you're a stupid dog. Qiu Biao glared at Yu Shu with fire in his eyes. He wanted to eat her. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for seeing me on the street a few days ago. What do you think? Do you regret it? Qiu Biao's beard was in pain from being pulled by Yu Shu. He roared with red eyes, I only regret that I didn't kill you on the ship that day, you bastard, and let you live until today. Hearing this sentence, the corner of Shui Rui's mouth moved. What a stupid thing. Yu Shu's eyes turned cold. She leaned forward and whispered in his ear, it's too late to regret it. For the sake of ill-gotten wealth, you killed so many innocent people. You deserve to die. Qiu Biao shivered. He was about to pounce on Yu Shu, but he was pulled back by the soldiers behind him. He could only sneer, do you think you can escape? You still have to. Before he could finish his words, his mouth was blocked by someone. He could only make muffled sounds. Yu Shu stood up and retreated to Shui Rui's side. She shrugged and said, so many people saw and heard it. He came to kill me. I'll have to trouble Lord Shui to make another trip to the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce to capture his accomplice, Bai Qing. Shui Rui nodded. He maintained his dignity in front of outsiders. He didn't respond to her teasing words. He pointed at several soldiers in the courtyard and said sternly, send them to the yamen and put them in prison first. The few of you go to the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce to arrest them. Yes, Lord. Seeing the officers take the people away, Yu Shu was suspicious, you're not going. It doesn't matter. I've already arranged people to keep an eye on the Tihan Guild. They won't let anyone run away. Shui Rui's face was still serious. He leaned over and whispered in her ear, it's too late. I'll send you back first, okay? His voice was in her ear, with a faint fragrance of tea. Yu Shu's ear itched. She slightly lowered her neck, lowered her eyelids, and responded softly. Okay. Asterisk 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 she caught Qiu Biao. Although she didn't see Bai Qing tonight, Yu Shu was relieved. She believed that this time the two of them couldn't escape. She asked Shui Rui to send her home. Because they lured the snake out of the hole, there were no carriages. Fortunately, the house that Shui Rui found was not far from Huixing Street. The two walked along the way, discussing tomorrow's matters. Soon, they arrived at Huixing Street. At the end of the street, Yu Shu didn't ask Shui Rui to send her any further. Let's stop here. It's so late. Xiaoxiu might come out to look for me. It'll be hard for him to explain if he sees you. I told him that I'm going to help the security company look after the house when I went out in the morning. Shui Rui looked at the alley in front of him. It was only a few steps away from her house. There weren't many people on the road, so he said, okay, I'll come and pick you up tomorrow. After saying goodbye here, Yu Shu took a few steps forward and turned back. She scratched her ear and said, you're going back alone. Be careful on the road. Shui Rui looked at her and nodded. There was an inexplicable emotion in his eyes. He had to hide it. Looking at Yushu walking away and disappearing at the end of the alley, Shui Rui took a step back and turned around with his hands behind his back. He took a step forward and brushed past the hunchback night watchman. When he didn't see him, the night watchman raised his head and touched the knife scar on his face. He hit the gong in his hand and quickened his pace. He disappeared at the end of the alley in a flash. After solving a problem, Yushu walked briskly. She felt strange that she didn't see Yu Xiaoxiu on the way. When she heard the night watchman not far away, she realized that it was so late. She couldn't help but quicken her pace. Perhaps she was too happy to be sad. She didn't see where she was going and sprained her ankle on the stone platform in front of her house. She screamed in pain and fell on the steps in front of the door. She knocked her knee. She gritted her teeth but didn't scream in pain. She tried to stand up twice but couldn't. She just sat on the ground and raised her hand to hit the door. Jing Chen, Xiaoxiu, open the door. I'm back. Her back was facing the west entrance of the alley, so she didn't see a black shadow quietly approaching her. When the shadow was about a dozen steps away from her, he quickly took out a dagger and raised his arm. With the help of the faint moonlight, he aimed at her back. Shoo! Creak! At the same time, a loud roar came from the entrance of the alley, drowning out the sound of the door opening behind her. Yushu subconsciously turned her head and saw a flash in front of her eyes. She saw a cold glint and the sound of wind rushing towards her. Her pupils shrank and she held her breath as she watched the sharp weapon stabbing towards her face. But the next moment, the cold glint stopped. It was less than half an inch away from her eyebrows. Time seemed to be strangled by someone and stopped. Drip. 1 drop, 2 drops, a slightly sweet drop of blood landed on the tip of her nose. Time was broken by this small sound, and only then did she clearly see what had caused that fatal dagger to stop. She took in a deep breath, her voice trembling. Without even turning her head, she said, Jing Chen. At the entrance of the alley, Shui Rui had returned after noticing that there was something off about the night watchman, and he'd chased him here before he saw the dangerous scene from before. He was unable to stop it in time, yet he saw a white sleeve stretch out from the door behind Yushu, and it didn't hesitate in the slightest to grab onto the dagger. At this moment, both inside and outside the alley, even the killer was stunned for a moment. Shui Rui was the first to react. With a serious face, he rushed forward and without saying a word, he slapped the shoulder of the killer disguised as the night watchman, forcing him to throw away the sharp weapon in his hand and dodge backward. Shui Rui rushed forward and the two of them immediately fought. Looking at Yushu again, she turned her head with a pale face and looked at Jing Chen who was standing behind her unknowingly. Are you okay? Jing Chen asked. Was she the one who was in trouble now? Yushu shouted in her heart, but a gush of anger was stuck in her throat and she could not say a word. Seeing that she was fine, Jing Chen loosened his fingers and threw the dagger aside. He looked at the two people who were fighting on the side. Seeing that they were in a deadlock, he flashed around Yushu and rushed forward to join the fight. 2 against 1, there was no suspense at all. The night watchman was kicked in the chest by Shui Rui, and his shoulder bone was broken by Jing Chen's palm strike, causing him to be nailed to the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Seeing that he was lying on the ground, the two of them stopped fighting. One turned around and the other looked back. Their eyes met in the air, one squinted and the other frowned. After a moment, Shui Rui spoke first, your hand. Jing Chen looked down at his finger and shook his head. It's okay. Shui Rui raised his eyebrows slightly and turned his head to look at the person sitting on the steps of the door. He was about to ask who the person who blocked the knife was when he saw her trembling shoulders. He thought that she was frightened and walked forward with concern. He squatted down and asked, Shu, are you okay? Okay. Okay, my foot. Yushu raised her hand and wiped the blood off her face. Her teeth were chattering and she just wanted to curse. Chapter 195. Nothing, my ass. Yushu shouted in a hoarse voice. She looked at the strange man lying on the ground not far from her. Her back was covered in cold sweat and her heart was pounding. She couldn't tell if she was more frightened or angry. She grabbed the door frame and stood up from the ground while enduring the pain in her ankle. Her body swayed a little, and Shui Rui saw her movements and hurriedly supported her elbow with his hand. Yushu borrowed his strength to stand up and leaned against the door frame. She gently pushed him away and looked at Jing Chen's hand that was hanging by his side with a straight face. Because it was dark, she couldn't see it clearly, so she waved at him and said hoarsely, "Come here." Jing Chen obediently walked over. When he saw Yushu's hand reaching out to him, he didn't dodge. He let her carefully hold his hand and frowned. As if he could feel her hand slightly trembling, Jing Chen said softly, "Don't worry. You didn't hurt your bones." Hearing this heartless words, Yushu felt even more uncomfortable. She couldn't help but glare at him. She turned her head and pointed at the killer on the ground. She said to Shui Rui, "Please carry him in." As she said that, she held Jing Chen's hand and limped into the courtyard. Shui Rui looked at their backs and temporarily suppressed his doubts. Resigned to his fate, he walked to the disguised night watchman's side and bent down to grab him by the back of his collar. Without any gentleness to speak of, he dragged him into the small courtyard. Shui Rui had sent Yushu home several times. This was the first time he entered the house. The courtyard wasn't big, but it was clean and tidy. He couldn't help but think of the temporary residence in Yang City and the days when he saw her frequently. After a moment of absent-mindedness, Shui Rui casually threw the man against the wall. He found half a clothesline in the courtyard and tied the man up. He clapped his hands and looked at the house in front of him. The moment Shui Rui entered the room, he saw the scene in the room. Unknowingly, his footsteps stopped at the doorway. In the bedroom that was made up of walls, the furnishings were simple and crude. There was a bed, a cloth screen, and a study table by the window. There was an oil lamp on the table. A handsome unfamiliar man was sitting on the chair while she was squatting by his side. She was holding onto his blood-red wrist while concentrating on wrapping his palm with a towel. There was a medicine bottle by her feet and a basin of water was soaked with red liquid. The corner of her clothes hung in the basin. She did not even notice that it was half wet. The strange man lowered his head to look at her. There was no pain on his face, only an almost calm focus. Her face was illuminated by the oil lamp. Her lips were tightly pursed, and she couldn't help feeling a little heartache. Looking at this scene, Shui Rui's eyes dimmed. He didn't think and broke the silence. "It's better for me to find a doctor. It's so late. Are there any medical halls open?" Yushu turned her head and asked. Shui Rui nodded. He was not familiar with this area. It was inconvenient for him to find a doctor in the middle of the night. But he saw this young man blocking the knife for Yushu. He knew that his injury was not light. If he left him like this, even if his hand was not crippled, it would leave a sequela in the future. "Then I will trouble you," Yushu said gratefully. Shui Rui didn't hurry to leave. He asked, "Oh right, where is Xiaoxiu? Why don't I see him?" Yushu's hand stopped moving. She was worried about Jing Chen's injury. Now she realized that she didn't see Xiaoxiu for a long time. "He said he will go out to pick you up," Jing Chen said. Yushu frowned. "When did he go out? How long has it been?" Jing Chen thought for a while, about half an hour. Yushu suddenly became anxious. It had been half an hour. She wouldn't be worried at other times. But today was special. She was afraid that the child would encounter something bad. Shui Rui saw her changed face and comforted her. "Don't worry, I will go out to look for him." Then he turned around and was about to leave. But he was stopped by Yu Shu. "Wait, I will go with you." Yu Shu quickly tied a knot on the back of Jing Chen's hand. She squatted beside his leg, looked up and apologized to him. "Jing Chen, you wait at home. I have to go out to look for Xiaoxiu." The injury on Jing Chen's hand had reached the bone. Logically speaking, he should find a doctor first. But Yu Shu was really worried that Yu Xiaoxiu would have an accident. She could only ask Jing Chen to wait for a while. Jing Chen had doubts about what happened tonight. But when he saw Yu Shu's flustered expression, he didn't ask more. Instead, he said, "I will go with you." "How could Yu Shu let him run around like this?" She said, "No need, the two of us can go look for him. The person who wanted to kill me is still in the courtyard. You stay here and watch him. Don't let him run away." Jing Chen looked up at Shui Rui. He thought that this person also knew martial arts. He nodded and didn't argue with Yu Shu. He was afraid that it would delay them. Yu Shu stood up with the help of the table. She stamped her feet. She was still in pain from the sprain. Fortunately, it didn't affect her walking. She immediately left with Shui Rui. Yu Shu hurriedly left the house and followed the path she took to Osmanthus Lane to search for Yu Xiaoxiu. Shui Rui followed her because he was also worried that something might have happened to Yu Xiaoxiu. Even though he had his suspicions, he did not ask too much about the identity of the unfamiliar man who had appeared in her house. Xiaoxiu, Xiaoxiu. It was late at night. They ran a few streets. Except for the beggar sleeping on the roadside, they didn't see anyone, let alone Yu Xiaoxiu. Yu Shu was getting more and more worried. She was sweating and shouting Yu Xiaoxiu's name at the top of her voice. She didn't care if she would wake up the neighbors. She wanted to spread her voice so that people within a radius of 10 miles could hear her. "Let's split up. It'll be faster this way." Maybe he took the side road. Yu Shu was burning with anxiety. She turned her head and said to Shui Rui. Shui Rui rejected her suggestion. "Let's go together. It's so late. I'm afraid that someone might ambush you in the dark." Yu Shu gritted her teeth and said, "The one who came to kill me tonight must have something to do with Bai Qing. I didn't expect him to have a backup plan. That thief." She didn't think it through. She should have told Jing Chen and Xiaoxiu to stay at home and not come out. The two of them went from one end of the street to the other. Yu Shu's back was soaked with sweat. Her voice was also hoarse from shouting. At this moment, a response came from not far away. "Sister." Yu Shu looked at the figure running towards her from the corner of the street. She was so excited that she almost burst into tears. She went forward and grabbed the panting Yu Xiaoxiu. She patted his back and scolded, "Where did you go in the middle of the night? You brat." Yu Xiaoxiu was stunned. He didn't dodge and stammered, I saw that you didn't come back so late, so I wanted to pick you up. Who knew that I didn't see you all the way? I thought I got lost, so I came back. Didn't I tell you not to pick me up? Why are you so disobedient? Don't you know that you made me anxious? You got lost in the middle of the night. Where can I find you?" Ah. Yu Shu was full of twists and turns tonight. When she saw Yu Xiaoxiu, she felt relieved. She couldn't suppress her temper and scolded him. It was the first time that he saw Yu Shu so angry at him. Yu Xiaoxiu felt wronged in his heart. He didn't dare to talk back. He lowered his head and let her scold him. "It's good that you found him." Shui Rui knew that Yu Shu was worried about him. He said, "I will send you back first. I need to find a doctor." Only then did Yu Shu stop scolding him. But her hand was still holding Yu Xiaoxiu tightly. It seemed that she was afraid that he would get lost. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Shui Rui. He was puzzled. He wanted to ask Yu Shu, but she glared at him and stopped him. Shui Rui sent the siblings back and instructed them to close the door before he turned around and left. He had a lot of things to do tonight. After he settled Yu Shu's matter, he still had to make a trip to the magistrate court. Originally, the matter would be settled after he caught Qiu Biao. Who knew that an assassin would suddenly appear and follow them back home? This made it impossible for Yu Shu to hide it from Jing Qin and Yu Xiaoxiu even if she wanted to. She had no choice but to take the opportunity when Shui Rui went to look for the physician to explain the situation to the two of them. After listening to the whole story, Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Qin had different reactions. Yu Xiaoxiu was normal. After all, he was still young. The memory of escaping from the ship was too deep. He couldn't help but feel scared. He pulled Yu Shu's sleeve. He didn't blame her for hiding such a big thing from him. Jing Qin didn't say a word. His right hand, which was tightly entangled by Yu Shu, was flat on the table. He looked at the oil lamp. No one knew what he was thinking. Yu Shu didn't notice his strange expression. She had already calmed down. She patted Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and said gently, "Don't worry. It's all right now. Your brother Shui has sent officers to catch Bai Qing. They killed so many people. They can't escape the death penalty." After comforting Yu Xiaoxiu, Yu Shu coaxed him to go to sleep. "Wash your face and go back to the room. Cover yourself with the quilt and go to sleep. You don't need to go to the academy tomorrow. What about you?" Yu Xiaoxiu grabbed Yu Shu's arm. He didn't want to let go. He didn't hold a grudge when she scolded him on the street. He only cared about his sister's kindness. "There is a bad guy in the yard. I can't sleep." "What are you afraid of?" "That person was beaten half to death by your brother Jing and brother Shui. He is unconscious. Go to sleep." "How can he be so timid?" Yu Shu pushed Yu Xiaoxiu back to the room to wash his face. She watched him lie down on the bed and covered him with the quilt. She patted him and closed the door. She stood alone in the yard for a while. She closed her eyes, inhaled and exhaled. She suppressed the palpitation of the cold dagger. She didn't think about the fear at that time. After she sorted out her emotions, she went to Jing Chen's room to find him. Jing Chen sat on the bed to rest. Yu Shu dragged a chair over and sat down. She looked at him with hesitation. Before she opened her mouth, she heard him say, "My martial arts have recovered." "When did this happen?" Yu Shu didn't look surprised. "About half a month ago, I mentioned to you that one night, I couldn't sleep and came out to practice swordsmanship. I felt that my body was getting better, but you didn't believe me," Jing Qin continued when he saw that Yu Shu wasn't upset. "I realized that every time I practiced swordsmanship, my body would feel better. I practiced swordsmanship every day when you were asleep or not at home. After half a month, I feel that my body has recovered." Yu Shu raised her hand and massaged her forehead. She realized that sometimes she really liked to act smart, whether it was about Jing Qin or what happened tonight. "Xiaoyu, my body has recovered," Jing Qin repeated. He sat up straight and leaned forward slightly. He raised his uninjured hand and gently pressed on Yu Shu's thin shoulder bones. Due to the loss of blood, his face was slightly pale. However, his clear eyes were full of seriousness that could not be ignored. This kind of gaze was too sincere and undisguised, allowing others to see to the bottom. This complete trust caused Yu Shu's heart of stone to involuntarily waver. She heard him say in a deep voice, "Thank you for saving me on the river, taking care of me for so long in the capital, and putting in so much effort for my matter. Although I still can't remember what happened in the past, from now on, you don't have to treat me as a weak patient. So if you encounter any trouble or danger, whether it's worry or fear, you can tell me. Even if I can't help you, I will definitely protect you. As long as I'm by your side, I will do my best to not let anyone hurt you. I mean what I say. This simple and unpretentious words, at this moment, sounded especially heavy. Yushu looked at Jing Chen's face that was inches away from hers. Seeing the unmistakable sincerity in his eyes, she felt a wave of sourness in her eyes. After living for almost 30 years, she was used to putting on a strong front. She was always the one who used all her strength to protect others. In her previous life, it was Yulei. In this life, it was Xiaoxiu. However, this was the first time that someone said this to her so seriously. She wanted to laugh it off, she wanted to be indifferent, but at this moment, she couldn't help but have some greedy thoughts that she shouldn't have. She looked at this pure and innocent young man in front of her, who was willing to use his back to block a sword and his hands to block a dagger for her. Jing Chen, let me ask you, Yushu's voice was low and hoarse, with a trace of uncertainty, if one day, you regain your memory and realize that I lied to you and hid many things from you, at that time, will your words still count? Jing Chen's expression didn't change. Without a hint of hesitation, he nodded lightly, yes. Yushu raised her hand and placed it on Jing Chen's shoulder. Holding the back of her slightly cold hand, she raised her head and looked straight at him with her bright eyes. This is what you said. Don't regret it in the future. Shui Rui left for over an hour before he returned with the doctor, and at the same time, he also brought along 2 soldiers. Shui Rui let the doctor in to look at Jing Chen's injuries. He called out to Yushu, who was about to follow him in. Shu, it's not convenient to leave this killer here. I'll get someone to bring him back for interrogation. Yushu thought that this was a good idea and said to him, let's wait for the doctor to look at Jing Chen's injuries first. Shui Rui didn't understand what she meant and asked her with his eyes. He saw Yushu sneer, if Jing Chen's hands were to make a mistake and become sick in the future, then this person's hands can be discarded. Hearing her harsh words, the corner of Shui Rui's mouth stiffened. He didn't suspect that she was lying, but seeing how she was so protective of the man named Jing Chen, he felt a little suffocated. He coughed and took the opportunity to ask, it's been a busy night and I haven't asked you, who is this young master? Is he a neighbor? Shui Rui didn't expect that Jing Chen lived with Yushu and the others. It was no wonder that Jing Chen's room was empty and there wasn't even a piece of clothing hanging on it. At first glance, Shui Rui thought that it was Yu Xiaoxiu's sleeping quarters. Yushu thought for a while and decided that there was nothing to hide. She said, he's not a neighbor. Jing Chen is my good friend. We met on the way and came to the capital together. Hearing this, Shui Rui felt that something was wrong and asked, then why is he at your house at night? Yushu laughed, he lives here. If he's not at home at night, then does he sleep on the street? Yushu peeked into Jing Chen's room and was anxious to hear the doctor's explanation. She missed the moment when Shui Rui's expression changed. Ah, Shu. What? At this moment, Shui Rui had a bellyful of words to say. He wanted to scold her for being careless and not being aware of the situation. How could a woman live with a man? He also wanted to say that if she did not have enough money, he would help her find another empty residence and let this Jing Chen move out. However, when he saw her absent-minded expression, he recalled that time in the alley when she unhesitatingly raised her hand to block the knife behind her back. When the words reached his mouth, they turned into 2 words. It's okay. Yushu didn't hear the little bit of tolerance in Shui Rui and said to him, then I'll go in and have a look. Chapter 196. Fortunately, although Jing Chen's hand was bleeding profusely, it did not injure any muscles or bones. Even the physician was amazed and reminded Yushu to change his dressing on time and make sure that it did not come into contact with water. The wound would heal in about 2 months, but the knife was so deep that it would definitely leave behind a scar. Yushu knew that Jing Chen's hand would not leave any sequelae, but she was still angry. Before Shui Rui took the man away, she went to the kitchen to find a rolling pin. Even if she did not cripple the killer's hands and feet, she would at least break 2 of his fingers to prevent him from using a knife to kill people in the future. Yushu's heart was hard, and she was not soft-hearted when she did this kind of thing. Shui Rui couldn't stop her, but he didn't think about stopping her either. He signaled his subordinates to come forward and hold a lantern to prevent her from accidentally hurting herself. Who knew that this light would allow Yushu to clearly see the killer's appearance? She hesitated. What's wrong? Shui Rui asked. This person, I think I've seen him somewhere before. Seen him before? Where? Shui Rui pursued. It was not easy to interrogate this kind of deadly killer. It was best to know his background beforehand. Yushu held the rolling pin and stared at the long scar on the killer's face. After thinking for a while, she suddenly knocked the mask on her palm and exclaimed, I remember now. This person is the vice gang leader of the Evergreen Gang. Do you still remember him? He's the local tyrant of Autumn Osmanthus Lane. The Evergreen Gang that set up a gambling trap for me. I've seen this person at the gambling house before. I remember the scar on his face. It's him without a doubt. That day, in order to help Xia Mingming raise money for the Great Yen examination, Yushu had gone to the gambling house to inquire about the gambling place in the south of the city. That was when she met the vice gang leader of the Evergreen Gang. The vice gang leader of the Evergreen Gang. Shui Rui frowned and said, the Evergreen Gang has been investigated for secretly gambling, committing fraud, and bribing officials of the imperial court. They've already been investigated last month, and I remember that a few leaders have been imprisoned. Why isn't this vice gang master in prison? Why did he come out to kill people instead? Yushu said, you'll have to ask that Bai Qing. I've only met this person once and have no enmity with him. There are only 2 reasons why he came to kill me. Either a favor or a contract. Shui Rui nodded, I'll bring my men back now. I'll inform you when there's news. Okay, Yushu answered and bent down, grabbing the scar-faced man's arm. With a fierce look on her face, she fiercely knocked the dough stick on 2 of his right hand's fingers, making 2 crisp sounds. The man, who was still unconscious, couldn't help but let out a muffled groan in pain. The man was still unconscious and couldn't help but groan in pain. Shui Rui had thought that she had forgotten about this. Seeing her merciless actions, he froze and furrowed his brows, but didn't say anything. Shui Rui had his subordinates carry the man out. Yushu went in to invite a doctor to escort them to the door. Shui Rui walked at the back. He stopped and said to Yushu, there's no need to send them off. Let's go back. You've been tossing and turning all night. Rest early. Amen, then I'll see you tomorrow. Be careful. Close the doors and windows before you sleep. Shui Rui used the lantern in his hand to look at her face. He saw that she was exhausted. In the end, he didn't say what he wanted to say. He turned and hurriedly left. He still had many things to do tonight and probably wouldn't be able to sleep for the whole night. Jing Chen's hands weren't convenient. Yu Xiaoxiu had suffered a fright and fell into a deep sleep. Yushu got some water and helped Jing Chen wipe his face. She also took out some clean clothes, planning to help him change into them. Fortunately, Jing Chen was wearing inner clothes. Only his upper body was stained with blood, so he didn't need to change completely. Otherwise, Yushu really wouldn't be able to help him. I can do it myself. Jing Chen saw that Yushu was reaching out to help him undress. He took a step back and turned his back to her. He took off his belt and used one hand to take off his clothes. These days, he had read many scriptures. Although he didn't remember anything, his Tao heart was becoming clearer. He felt that it was inappropriate to be naked in front of others. Yushu saw his actions and felt that it was funny. She put one hand on her waist and the other hand deliberately waited for him to take off his clothes. She patted his exposed shoulder and teased, "Why are you hiding? It's not like you haven't seen it before. Why are you acting like a little girl?" She was just joking. She didn't expect that when she patted him, her hand actually hurt. She shook her arm and didn't feel ashamed to look at Jing Chen's exposed shoulder. She was secretly speechless. Last time, she accidentally saw him changing clothes and saw that his shoulders and back were still thin. In less than half a month, he has developed a layer of strong muscles. Is he practicing swordsmanship or boxing? When Jing Chen heard Yushu's joke, he didn't take it seriously. He focused on putting on his clothes with one hand. He then turned around and said to her, "I'm done changing. You should go to sleep. It'll be dawn soon." As he said this, Yushu happened to yawn. She picked up his dirty clothes and said, "I put the kettle on your bed. If you're thirsty, you don't need to get out of bed to pour it. Okay. Also, you have to sleep on your back. Be careful not to crush your hands. Okay. Call me if there's anything. Shout louder so that I can hear you when I'm asleep." Jing Chen responded to Yushu's nagging instructions one by one. After watching her walk to the door, he suddenly called out, "Xiaoyu. What's wrong?" Yushu turned around. "That's Mr. Shui. Do I know him too?" Yushu tilted her head. "No, I don't think so." Jing Chen hesitated for a moment. "Then why do I find him familiar?" Yushu's expression changed slightly when she heard this. Jing Chen found the man familiar. If it was an item, it would be fine. However, if it was a person, it would not be good news. Why does he look familiar? Is it the same as the statue you saw in the Taoist temple? Yushu asked carefully, but it was not a good example. Since Jing Chen had not recovered his memory, he would not blame her for offending the ancestors of the three pure ones. After thinking for a while, he said, "I'm not sure." It was the same as not saying anything. "Forget it, I still have to see Shui Rui tomorrow, and at that time, I'll think of a way to ask him for his horoscope so that I can calculate a calamity for him. If there's really anything, it'll be good for me to give him a warning first, so as to prevent him from being muddle-headed and falling into a trap. Then go to sleep. Don't think too much. When it's time to remember, you'll remember." Yushu coaxed Jing Chen. Then, she closed the door and left. After returning to the room, she first looked for Kim Bao. The little thing hid when it saw a stranger and did not show up all night. She searched half of the room and finally found it under the wardrobe. Seeing it curled up and sleeping soundly, she could not help but feel a little envious. She reached out her fingers and rubbed its head. Then, she carefully took it out and put it at the end of Yu Xiaoxiu's bed. After a restless night, when Yushu finally fell asleep, she heard roosters crowing outside. Usually, she liked the diligent roosters in her neighbor's house, but when she was sleepy, she suddenly felt that the roosters were annoying. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, she wanted to pull out all the feathers of the rooster. Yushu rubbed her ears and held on for a while. She could not stand it anymore and got up. She rubbed her aching forehead and sat on the edge of the bed. She woke up, lifted the quilt and wanted to get out of bed. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she almost fell to the ground. Hiss! She sat back on the bed and lifted her leg to take a look at her trouser leg. She had sprained it yesterday and did not pay attention to it. After one night, it was swollen like a steamed bun. "Sister, you're awake." Yu Xiaoxiu, who got up early, came in while wiping his face with a handkerchief. When he saw Yushu's red and swollen foot, he hurriedly bent over to take a look. "What happened? You look like this." Hey, don't touch it. It hurts. Yu Shu grabbed Yu Xiaoxiu's hand to stop him from touching her. Go get a basin of cold water. I'll wring a handkerchief and apply it. It'll be fine. After sending Yu Xiaoxiu away, Yu Shu stepped on her shoes and tried to walk. She sat back down in pain after just 2 steps. This is bad. How can I go out? Yu Shu crossed her legs in worry. She asked Yu Xiaoxiu to get some water. Yu Shu applied cold water several times. The redness subsided a little, but the swelling did not disappear. She could not walk. She could only say to Yu Xiaoxiu, Xiaoxiu, change your clothes. Later, wait for your brother Shua at the west entrance of Huixing Street. Tell him and ask him to come to our house. The matter with Bai Qing and the others was not urgent. Because she wanted to get her horoscope, she had to see Shui Rui as soon as possible. She had no choice but to ask him to come to her house. Do you want me to find a doctor? Yu Xiaoxiu asked. No need. It will be fine in a few days. What's the point of finding a doctor? It's a waste of money. She remembered that when she had just entered the workplace, she often sprained her ankle while wearing high heels. She lived in a dormitory with 8 people to a room. Everyone cared about themselves, and no one cared about her. She was the one who applied the water herself, and it was more effective than applying any kind of safflower oil. Yu Shu had the final say in the family. Yu Xiaoxiu could not persuade her, so he changed his clothes and went out to wait for Shui Rui. Not long after Yu Xiaoxiu went out, Jing Chen also woke up. When Yu Shu heard the movement in the yard, she jumped up from the bed with one leg. She jumped to the side of the bed with the other leg and opened the window. She saw Jing Chen at the door of the kitchen with his black hair down. He was fetching water to wash his face. However, his hair was not obedient on his shoulders. When he bent down, it slipped down. It was not convenient for him to tie his hair with one hand. In order not to get his hair wet, he had to bend over and get up. He did not know whether to wash his hair or not. Yu Shu looked at this scene and laughed. Jing Chen heard it and turned around. He saw Yu Shu with her fluffy curly hair lying by the window and smiling, revealing her sharp canine teeth. For some reason, seeing her so happy, he did not even know why she was happy. He could not help but raise the corner of his mouth with her. Come here. I will tie your hair. Yu Shu waved at Jing Chen and asked him to come to the window. She turned around and jumped to the bedside to get a comb and hair tie. Then she jumped back. Jing Chen walked to the window. When he saw her standing on one leg, he remembered that she was not able to move properly yesterday. He looked worried and asked, Did you hurt yourself yesterday? Yu Shu nodded and jumped to the window. She pointed at him and signaled him to turn around with his back facing her. She knelt on the chair and stood a little taller. She used the comb to comb his soft hair and said with a smile, Isn't this good? You hurt your hand and I sprained my leg. The 2 of us can be brothers in hardship. Jing Chen heard this and turned his head. He frowned slightly and said, Not good. Yu Shu was only joking. Seeing him so serious, she felt that he was cute. She turned his head back and combed his hair. She deliberately asked, What's not good? It was such a clear morning. It was rare for her to have a break. She did not need to earn money or do her calculations. She could have someone to talk to. Why would her leg hurt? You're injured. What's so good about that? But I can be your companion this way. Don't you want to go through hardships with me? Of course I can go through hardships with you. That's it. It's hardships. If you're injured, of course I'll be injured too. Otherwise, how can it be called going through hardships together? Don't you think I'm right? Jing Chen was not good with words. Hearing her words, he knew that she was wrong, but he could not win against her. He was speechless for a moment and then said, "Are you done tying me up?" Yu Shu laughed. How could she not know what he was thinking? He could not win against her, so he wanted to run away. He was simple, but he was not stupid. "No, don't move. I'll tie it up tighter for you." Yu Shu hummed a little tune as she twirled his hair with her fingers, mischievously twirling his hair. Chapter 197. Yu Xiaoxiu was waiting on the street, looking around. When there were carriages and horses passing by, he would take a second look. When Shui Rui arrived at Huixing Street, he asked the coachman to stop the carriage. He looked out of the window and saw Yu Xiaoxiu standing by the roadside. He got off the carriage and walked towards him. "Xiaoxiu. Brother Chao." Although Yu Xiaoxiu knew Shui Rui's real name, he was used to calling him that and it was hard for him to change the way he addressed him. Shui Rui looked around. "Where is your sister?" Yu Xiaoxiu said, "My sister sprained her ankle yesterday. She is swollen and can't go out today. She asked me to wait for you here. Brother Chao, my sister wants to invite you to our house." Shui Rui frowned. It was dark last night. He did not notice if she did not mention it. Why was it so serious that he could not walk? He talked to the coachman for a while and left with Yu Xiaoxiu. On the way, Shui Rui tried to ask about Jing Qin. He wanted to find out who that person was, but Yu Xiaoxiu was evasive and did not seem to want to talk about it. This made Shui Rui suspicious. He saw that Jing Qin was handsome and had extraordinary skills. However, a young man living in the same house with a woman was not a relative but a friend. It was very disgraceful. It was obviously the behavior of a Jianghu person. Thinking about it again, Xia Jiangmin lived with Yu Shu. In other words, she also lived with Jing Qin. It was no wonder that Xia Jiangmin did not want to talk about it. If the daughter of Xia Jiangmin wanted to marry, she must be the legal wife of a high-ranking official. Even if she married a man of lower status, the man would not allow her to have a close relationship with a man before marriage, let alone living under the same roof. Shui Rui had known Yu Shu for more than a day or two. He knew that even though she was a little careless when it came to the etiquette between men and women, she was meticulous about everything. She was absolutely not a careless person. Thus, it was obvious that Jing Qin was not an ordinary friend. When he thought up to here, Shui Rui felt even more uneasy in his heart. When he arrived at the mouth of the alley that was sparsely populated, he intentionally slowed down his footsteps and turned his head to say to Yu Xiaoxiu, "Xiaoxiu, have you gotten used to studying in Baichuan Academy?" Mentioning this, Yu Xiaoxiu quickly thanked him and said, "Yes, thank you, Brother Chao. I heard from my sister that it was because of your help that the academy was willing to accept a foreigner like me." Shui Rui smiled noncommittally and said, "It is a long way from the south to the north of the city. You have to wake up early every day to go to school. Are you tired of walking back and forth?" Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his head and said honestly, "It is quite far, but I only have to walk back and forth every day. It is not a big deal." Shui Rui seized the opportunity to suggest, "Do you want Big Brother Chao to help the two of you find another residence that's closer to the 100 Rivers Academy? In this way, you'll be able to walk less to and from school every day." Yu Xiaoxiu waved his hand without thinking and said, "Don't bother. We are fine living here. My sister still has to go to Automosmanthus Square to set up a divination. If it is closer to the academy, I will walk less. My sister is walking in the wrong direction." Shui Rui's eyes sparkled and his face was gentle. He reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "Your sister loves you so much. It is good that you know to think for her." So he did not mention the matter of moving to Yu Xiaoxiu again. As they talked, they walked to the door of Yu Shu's house. The door was not closed. Yu Xiaoxiu went forward and pushed the door open. He shouted towards the courtyard and turned sideways to let Shui Rui in first. Sister. Brother Chow is here. Yushu had just finished changing her clothes and was sitting on the edge of the bed to wrap her socks. When she heard Yu Xiaoxiu's voice, she hurriedly picked up her shoes and hopped over to the window. When she saw Shui Rui who had just entered, she said to him, "Quickly come in. I've really troubled you to make another trip." After saying that, she held the wall and jumped to the dining room outside to wait. Shui Rui saw Yushu's face at the window. He did not greet her before she disappeared. He secretly laughed at her for being so hasty. When he was about to follow Yu Xiaoxiu inside, he saw a figure in white standing in front of the door of the west room, looking at him quietly. "Master Jing, good morning." Shui Rui smiled slightly and nodded at Jing Qin. He also took the opportunity to look at him. Last night, he saw that Jing Qin was a handsome person. When he saw him during the day, he felt that he was even more handsome and had a gentle temperament. If he did not guess that Jing Qin might be a person from Jianghu, he would have thought that Jing Qin was a young master from a scholarly family. But what happened to his hair? Did he not have time to tidy it after he got up? "Good morning." Shui Rui saw that Jing Qin was staring at him. It was not good to just greet him, so he stopped and asked, "Is your hand better?" Jing Qin did not have much contact with people, so he did not know that Shui Rui was only saying those words out of courtesy. He raised his right hand that was bulging from the bandages and answered, "I'm much better now." "Lil, you just helped me change the bandages." Shui Rui raised his eyebrows. When he heard these words, it was not without a trace of provocation. He smiled and said, "That's good." After saying that, he did not say anything else and turned to enter the big room. Yushu was standing by the table with one leg crossed, waiting for him. When she saw him come in, she asked him to sit down. "Quickly tell me, how is it? Have you caught Bai Qing? Have you interrogated them?" When Shui Rui saw that she didn't avoid Yu Xiaoxiu at all, he sat down. He first took a look at her legs before he said, "They've all been captured and interrogated." Even though those two people, Chiao and Bai, refused to give up no matter what, some of their subordinates have already confessed. Coincidentally, one of them was one of the escorts who participated in your ship's voyage. They sent people to silence you and were caught red-handed. Last night, I took the confession and visited the owner of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce and told him about this matter. The other party was furious and immediately sent people to capture the rest of the survivors of the hijacking and bring them to the capital. This way, as long as you go to court and be a witness, none of them will be able to escape. Yushu's face lit up with joy. She slapped the table and said, "Great." Now that she had caught them all in one fell swoop, she could finally rest easy. Previously, she was afraid of alarming Bai Qing and her gang, so she did not even dare to contact Pei Jing. Now, she could always write a letter to Yi Yang to inform Zhao Hui that she was safe. Seeing that she was happy, Shui Rui took the opportunity to tell her a piece of good news. The killer who attacked you last night has also been identified. He is the vice-clan leader of the Evergreen clan, surnamed Chu Hai. This person has been roaming the world for a long time and is nicknamed Knife Target. This is not the first time he has done this business. There is an old case of a wealthy merchant's death in the south of the city that seems to be related to him. As for the specifics, we need to investigate further. However, he is locked up in prison and will not have the chance to come out. Hearing this, Yushu was surprised and happy at the same time. Later, she realized that he had been running back and forth all night and had done so many things. Wouldn't he not have the chance to close his eyes? As she thought about it, she stared at him carefully. He was wearing the same clothes from yesterday and his sleeves were slightly wrinkled. Looking at his face, it was not difficult to see that his eyes were bloodshot. Feeling very apologetic, Yushu had an ashamed expression on her face. "This is my business. I made you run all over the place. If I had known earlier, I would have gone with you last night. To think that I was still sleeping at home. How shameful. Shui Rui shook his head and frankly said, I didn't do it just to help you. This case has caused quite a stir in Kaifeng County. Since I was able to investigate it, not only will it be a political achievement, but the owner of the Chamber of Commerce will also owe me a favor. It is not as if I have nothing to gain. If I include next year's official examination, I might even be promoted by a rank or so and get a raise in my salary. Hearing his words, Yu Shu suddenly felt her heart lighten. Smiling, she said, Is that so? Then do you want me to help you calculate when you will be promoted and rich? Thinking that she was joking, Shui Rui cooperated with her and said, Okay, help me calculate it. Just think of it as thanking me for helping you this time. This was exactly what Yu Shu wanted. She called Yu Xiaoxiu into the room to get a pen and paper. Then, she asked Shui Rui to write down his birthday. Shui Rui saw that she was in high spirits and didn't want to spoil her mood. So, he wrote down his birthday. Wait a minute. Yu Shu immediately picked up her brush and began to calculate on the spot. Shui Rui was left to the side. He drank the coarse tea on the table and watched as she moved her brush. He saw that the paper she was writing on was full of crooked characters that he could not understand. Her hand was swishing non-stop, and it did not seem like she was writing notes for someone, but more like she was drawing talismans. He asked curiously, What are you writing? When Yu Shu was fully concentrated, she always had a pair of ears that she didn't have, so she didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, it was Yu Xiaoxiu who interrupted from the side. She moved closer to Shui Rui's ear with a slightly complacent voice and said, Big brother Chao, don't be fooled by my older sister's bad handwriting. Her divination is very accurate. Let me tell you, as long as my older sister says that it will rain tomorrow, then she will definitely bring an umbrella. Also, last time when I went out and tripped, my sister knew ahead of time. Isn't she amazing? When Shui Rui heard this, he was secretly surprised. Other people might talk big, but Yu Xiaoxiu was an honest child. Even if his words were exaggerated, there should be 90% truth. He originally thought that Yu Shu was good at learning. That day when he brought her to Dingbo Hall, he saw her other skills. Now, it seemed that she wasn't just faking her skills elsewhere. To have this kind of ability, she was much better than some of the children of the Yi Shui family he had seen. This kind of ability, where did she learn it from? Shui Rui sat and waited for a long time. When Yu Shu finished calculating his next 10 days of misfortune, she stopped writing. However, her expression was a bit serious. How is it? Have you calculated when I will be promoted and rich? Promotion and wealth are definitely there, Yu Shu pretended to smile lightly. Then, she hesitated, but there is one thing that you have to be careful about. Shui Rui's expression didn't change. What is it? Just say it. Today is the 9th. The day after tomorrow, which is the 11th, it's best that you don't go out. Yu Shu sternly said. Shui Rui didn't understand. Why? Did you calculate some kind of bad omen? Yu Shu nodded. I don't know exactly what it is, but this divination shows that you will encounter misfortune the day after tomorrow. It seems like it's not a small matter. She thought for a moment, then said, If you believe me, then find another master who is proficient in omen to do a divination. If you need to avoid it, then avoid it. You must not be careless. Although her divination was accurate, she often saw some cases that she hadn't seen before. She calculated that there would be misfortune, but she didn't know what kind of misfortune it was. Shui Rui's case was one that she had never seen before. It wasn't a bloody light, nor was it a bad omen, but it wasn't an ordinary small disaster. In her opinion, if one didn't know about misfortune, then staying in the residence and not going out was the simplest and most effective way to avoid misfortune. With the Shui family's business, the feng shui of the residence must have a big mystery. If one wanted to avoid misfortune, it would be more secure. So when someone encountered misfortune, they would go to a noble's house to hide. Shui Rui knew that Yu Shu wouldn't joke with him about this matter. Since she reminded him, then she must have really calculated something. There is a master in the residence. When I go back today, I will ask him. Shui Rui said. Chapter 198. Shui Rui left Yu Shu's house and returned to the Shui residence. Because he did not return last night, he only sent a message back home. When he came back, he heard that his grandfather was going to attend court. He went to the main room of the north courtyard to greet the old man. Minister Shui had already heard from the servants that he did not return last night because he was on official business. When he saw him in the study, he did not ask for details. Shui Rui did not mention Yu Shu either. However, Shui Lingnan gave him another task. The day after tomorrow is the 7th prince's coronation birthday. Send the congratulatory gift on behalf of this old man. Stay at the banquet for a while and wait for the emperor to bestow the title before returning. The princes of De and were not like the previous dynasty. They all lived in the capital. When they were 15, they would leave the palace to build a prince's residence. Before they were 20, they would not be bestowed the title of prince. On the coronation day, they would be bestowed the title of prince. The 7th prince was the son of consort Yin Shu. When he was still studying in the palace, the emperor had assigned him several tasks. He had won the favor of the emperor. On the coronation day, it was not convenient for Shui Lingnan to personally attend. Sending his eldest grandson to attend was considered giving him face. However, Shui Rui had just heard from Yu Shu that he should close his door and not go out the day after tomorrow. Now that he heard Shui Lingnan's words, a thought came to his mind and he hesitantly said, "Grandfather, I just had a falling out with the 7th prince at the Dingbo Hall not long ago. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to appear at his coronation ceremony?" Shui Lingnan sat behind the desk and flipped through the official documents on the table. Without raising his head, he said, "This old man wants you to find an opportunity to break off your previous friendship with him. I did not say that you cannot have dealings with him. You are now an official in the court and are not as free as before. At a birthday banquet like this, as long as your ears and eyes are sharp, you will be able to learn something. You must go." His words made Shui Rui know that he had to attend this banquet no matter what. Shui Rui lowered his head and said, "I understand. Go. You did not sleep last night. Today is your turn to rest. Have a good rest." Shui Rui exited the study. He didn't return to his own courtyard. Instead, he went to the west courtyard with a manservant. Behind the small garden, there was a courtyard. 2 maids were whispering to each other at the door. When they saw Shui Rui, they hurriedly separated and greeted him. "Eldest young master." Shui Rui stopped at the door. "What is Mr. Zhao doing?" "She's painting in the yard." "Go in and inform them." "Yes." A maid hurriedly ran in and came out after a while. "Young master, Mr. Zhao invites you in." Shui Rui left the manservant to wait outside before entering the courtyard. After around 15 minutes, he came out from within, and his expression didn't change at all compared to before, but if one were to look carefully, one would be able to notice a strand of bewilderment between his brows. This Mr. Zhao, who was worshipped in their mansion, was a famous De master in the capital. He was proficient in physiognomy and astrology. He used to have many visitors. Later, because he offended a noble, Shui Lingnan helped him out. That was why he stayed in the Shui mansion and became a guest of the Shui family. Yu Shu predicted that he would be in trouble the day after tomorrow. However, he had asked Zhao Yanlin to read his fortune for him. Zhao Yanlin said that he didn't look fierce. Could it be that she was wrong? Yu Shu's foot was swollen, so she couldn't go anywhere. She waited at home leisurely for Shui Rui's news. She asked Yu Xiaoxiu to write a letter. She planned to find a time to go out and find a courier to send it to Yiyang by horse. It rained last night and the weather became colder. When Yu Shu woke up, she sneezed 3 times and found that one of the quilts was missing. Fortunately, she was prepared. After breakfast, she asked Yu Xiaoxiu to take out the new quilts from the cabinet and sent one to Jing Chen's room. Then, she removed the quilt from Xia Mingming's room and replaced it with hers. The winter in the north was cold. If one didn't have 2 quilts during the winter, they would freeze. Yu Shu was sitting at the table and instructing Yu Xiaoxiu to make the bed. When she heard the knock on the courtyard door, she asked him to go out and see who it was. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected guest. "Brother Jing, Brother Yu, I'm here to see you. Come out quickly. I brought tea eggs cooked by my mother for you to try. It's delicious." As soon as she heard the voice, Yu Shu felt a headache. She stood up with the help of the table and looked out the window. She saw Zhou Fangfang standing in the courtyard with a basket. Couldn't she just let her sleep peacefully for a day? "Brother Jing, what happened to your hand?" Yu Shu limped out of the room and saw Zhou Fangfang standing at the door of Jing Chen's room. She screamed at Jing Chen's heavily bandaged right hand. Jing Chen didn't know how to explain. He turned his head and saw Yu Shu coming out. He gave her a questioning look. "I chopped firewood yesterday." Yu Shu casually made up a story. She smiled and glared at Yu Xiaoxiu, who was rolling his eyes at the back of Zhou Fangfang's head. Zhou Fangfang also thought about it carefully. The firewood Yu Shu bought at home was ready-made. She didn't need someone to chop it. She just pouted and scolded Jing Chen, "How can you be so careless? Your hand is used for writing. Why did you chop firewood? Is it serious? Have you seen a doctor?" Jing Chen didn't know how to lie and didn't know how to answer, so he simply kept silent. However, the little girl was too talkative and kept complaining. In the end, she even talked about Yu Shu. "Brother Yu, you're too much. Brother Jing's health isn't good. Why did you ask him to do such rough work?" Yu Shu also couldn't help but roll her eyes. The little girl only looked at her brother Jing. Why didn't she see that she was limping? "It's not what he asked me to do." Jing Chen finally said something after a long time. He turned his head and looked at Yu Shu, who was standing on one leg, and said, "Go back to the room and sit. Doesn't standing hurt?" Yu Shu grinned at him and shook her head. She reached out and supported Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder. Zhou Fangfang then realized that Yu Shu couldn't walk properly. "What's wrong with you? Didn't your brother Jing hurt his hand when he chopped firewood?" "The axe fell and hit my foot." Yu Shu casually made up a story. Zhou Fangfang firmly believed it, so she didn't blame her anymore. Yu Shu asked, "We're visiting relatives today. Isn't Aunt Sue at home?" Zhou Fangfang raised the basket in her hand. "Yes, I'm here to give you tea eggs. My mother came back from my grandmother's house and asked me to thank you for helping her calculate her calendar last time. Don't be so polite. We're neighbors." Yu Shu asked Yu Xiaoxiu to take the eggs from the basket and take them to the kitchen. She asked her, "Is there anything else?" Zhou Fangfang said angrily, "I wanted to ask Brother Jing to write a letter for me, but his hand is injured, so I can't do it. Then should I write it for you?" Yu Shu wanted to quickly send her away, so she suggested. Unexpectedly, the young girl was unwilling. "Don't. Brother Yu, your handwriting isn't as good as mine. I'm afraid that people won't recognize it if you give it to them." Pfft, Yu Xiaoxiu snickered. Yu Shu secretly pinched him and said to Zhou Fangfang helplessly, "Then there's nothing I can do. Don't we still have Xiaoxiu? Xiaoxiu, help me write a letter." Yu Xiaoxiu was upset that Zhou Fangfang had just ridiculed his sister, so he deliberately said, "My handwriting is ugly too." Zhou Fangfang had indeed never seen Yu Xiaoxiu's handwriting, so she couldn't tell if he was lying. She frowned. Then what should I do? I still want to send a letter later. When Yu Shu heard this, she quickly patted Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and said to Zhou Fangfang, "Hee, Xiaoxiu is just teasing you. His handwriting is not bad. Go, help him write a letter. Make his handwriting look better." After being pushed by Yu Shu, Yu Xiaoxiu reluctantly led Zhou Fangfang into the big room to write the letter. "How come I didn't know that I hit your foot with the firewood I chopped?" Jing Chen whispered behind Yu Shu. Leaning against the door frame, Yu Shu turned her head and blinked her eyes. "Didn't I lie to her?" Jing Chen lowered his head and looked at her. "You like to lie to people." Hearing this statement, Yu Shu was not unhappy, nor did she try to hide anything. Instead, she said to him in a serious tone, "In this world, who hasn't lied to others? It's just a matter of how much you lie to others and how little you lie to others. It's not wrong to lie to others, but it depends on what you lie to." Jing Chen thought for a moment and felt that it made sense, so he nodded. "You're right." Seeing that he accepted her theory so easily, Yu Shu had some doubts. She thought that he should stop listening to her words and learn to lie in the future. She coughed lightly and got closer to him. "Jing Chen, that's what I said, but under normal circumstances, it's better not to lie to others. It's fine for someone as smart as me to lie without being found out. But for someone like you who doesn't lie often, if your lie is found out, it won't be fun." Jing Chen shook his head. "I don't lie to others." He paused, then added, "Especially you." Hearing this, Yu Shu was very happy. She praised Jing Chen for being smart, but deliberately made things difficult for him. "Why didn't you lie to me? I don't know who was the one who secretly practiced swordsmanship behind my back." Jing Chen said, "It wasn't a lie. I told you at the beginning, but you didn't believe me. Later on, you asked me, did I hide anything from you?" Yu Shu looked at his honest eyes, but she felt a little guilty. She thought that he also had times when he was so eloquent. Her eyes looked left and right, then she touched her neck and said, "I'll go see if they finish writing." After she finished speaking, she jumped away on one leg. Jing Chen looked at her back and gently curled up the corner of his mouth, letting out a low laugh. Zhou Fangfang got the letter and said goodbye with satisfaction. Yu Shu let Yu Xiaoxiu send her out, so she didn't jump around and just sat in the central room. She saw that when the little girl reached the door, she turned around and ran back to Jing Chen's room. She took something from her basket and gave it to Jing Chen, then she shyly turned around and ran away. Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and lightly clicked her tongue. When she heard the door open, she shouted, "Jing Chen, you're here." When Jing Chen heard this, he walked towards the big house. In his hand, he was still holding the thing that Zhou Fangfang had stuffed into his hand. Yu Shu narrowed her eyes to take a look. It was a pair of white soles with cotton pads. The corners were even embroidered with patterns. It looked like a girl had painstakingly embroidered it. The size was perfect for Jing Chen. Yu Shu saw the insoles and smiled. She said to Jing Chen, "This Miss Zhou is really biased. I also treat her well. Why did she give it to you?" Jing Chen sat at the table and put the insoles on the table. He frowned and said, "Next time she comes, return it to her." Hearing this, Yu Shu's eyes sparkled. She held her chin and asked, "Why should I return it to her?" Jing Chen turned his head and looked at her with a puzzled expression. "The book says that men and women should not touch each other. What's wrong?" Chapter 199. The 11th was the 7th Imperial Prince's birthday. The birthday banquet was held in the evening. Shui Rui left early and took the gifts that the housekeeper had prepared to the Imperial Prince's Fu. On the day of the coronation, there were many guests. The carriages in front of the Imperial Prince's Fu were like dragons. The Fu was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The night was as bright as day. The birthday banquet was held in the western courtyard. There were 100 tables in the banquet hall. Shui Rui, the heir of the Xiang prince, Lu Jiong, and the son of General Feng Xiaomiao, sat at a table for 8 people. Not far away, the 7th imperial prince, Lu Hao, sat alone. He was born with a strong appearance. Today, he was dressed in an apricot yellow robe and a sleeveless white robe around his neck, making him look even more handsome. His face was radiant. Facing the toasts around him, he did not refuse and laughed brightly. This is really a joyous occasion. Lu Jiong played with the silver cup in his hand and said enviously, maybe today, good things come in pairs at the imperial prince's Fu. Feng Xiaomiao asked curiously, what other good things? Lu Jiong smiled. His voice was not loud, just enough for the table to hear. The 7th imperial prince's Fu doesn't lack for anything right now, just a good marriage. There has been no news from the palace before. Isn't it because of this good day? Shui Rui picked up some food to go with the wine and raised his head. From the time he had sat until now, he had not spoken much. Everyone at the table knew that he did not get along with the 7th imperial prince and did not force him to joke around. Originally, it was enough to surprise everyone that he had come. That time at Dingbo Hall, Shui Rui and Lu Hao had fallen out and broken their friendship with a cup of wine. Who didn't have eyes to see that? After 3 rounds of wine, gongs and drums sounded outside the western courtyard. A decree had come from the palace. When the decree team arrived, everyone at the banquet stood and bowed to listen. The Taijian read loudly, carrying out the imperial decree. The 7th imperial prince, Lu Hao, was bestowed with the title of Ning Wang. The imperial prince's Fu was changed to Ning Wang Fu, and the Ministry of Works was ordered to repair it. He was also bestowed 12 sets of regular clothes, a scarlet gold ribbon, a purple cloud sable, 300 taels of gold, and an official sedan with a white jade roof. Lu Hao accepted the edict with a beaming face. He must have known that there was a second edict, so he did not hurry to get up and reward the eunuch. He continued to kneel on the ground. As expected, the old eunuch held up the yellow cloth in his hand and shook it open. He continued to read, Ning Wang Lu Hao. She was the youngest daughter of the Grand Secretary of the Hall of Heroic Marshal, Chui. The two of them are a match made in heaven. I am fond of her. Chui Shirsling Xan is hereby betrothed to be Ning Wang Fei and handed over to the Ministry of Rights to handle. Bestowed by the Emperor as a token of appreciation. This decree of marriage was expected by some people and also by others. In the banquet, other than those who were listening to the excitement, there were a few people whose expressions changed. The newly ascended Ning Wang Yi, who had been smiling just a moment ago, after hearing the decree, his expression clearly froze and he looked in a direction. Slightly further away from the main seat, there was a group of female guests, one of whom had a green floral fan covering her face. His expression could not be seen clearly in the light. Ning Wang Ye. Accept the decree. I understand. Thank you for your grace, your highness. Strange, why isn't it her? Lu Jiong muttered, but no one heard. He looked at Lu Hao, who was smiling and toasting in all directions. He shook the cup in his hand and said to the 2 people beside him, let's go, let's also go toast. Feng Xiaomiao turned to Shui Rui and said, Brother Rui. Shui Rui nodded, stood up to take the wine and went with them. Now that there were so many people, it was better to toast. It was better than later when there were fewer people and they would attract attention. There were a few layers of people around Ning Wang. When they saw Lu Jiong coming forward, they consciously made way. Ning Wang, this little brother will toast you. Congratulations on your double happiness. In the future, when this Ning Wang Fu is repaired, don't forget to hold a feast. Lu Jiong must have seen that Lu Hao was not satisfied with this marriage, so he did not pick this marriage to congratulate him like the others, but avoided the important and focused on the trivial. All right. Lu Hao responded forthrightly and drank a cup. His face was already drunk. When it was Shui Rui's turn to toast, someone bumped into him from the side. The wine spilled out and the entire cup was poured on him. It was a mess. Lu Hao happened to see this scene and frowned. Someone come, bring Mr. Shui to change clothes. No problem, Shui Rui brushed the wine stains on his body. It was a good opportunity to bid farewell. He bowed to Lu Hao and said, "Congratulations on Ning Wang's coronation. Thank you for your hospitality today. It is inconvenient for me to be here, so I will leave first." Lu Hao did not allow him to leave. "Why haven't you toasted yet? Where are you going?" "Today is my big day, you won't even give me this little bit of face." Judging from his words, he was obviously drunk. Lu Jiong secretly nudged Shui Rui with his elbow. Shui Rui knew Lu Hao's temper very well. When he saw this, it would be difficult for him to get away for a while, so he could only follow the maidservants of the prince's residence to change his clothes. Not long after he left, Lu Hao also staggered out of the banquet. The prince's fu was very large. Because it had been renovated last year, Shui Rui did not know the way. He followed the maids after many turns to a guest room and took out the spare outer robes of the guests who stayed over when they were drunk for him to change into. "You can go out and wait outside." "Yes." Shui Rui changed his clothes and sat on the side of the bed for a while. He was careful tonight and did not drink too much wine, so his mind was very clear. Thinking of Lu Hao's expression at the banquet, he raised a hand to rub his forehead and said in a light voice, "Luckily that marriage was broken off quickly, otherwise it would be, Mr. Shui, are you done?" Hearing the inquiry of the maid outside, Shui Rui hung the changed clothes in his hand and went out of the door. "Let's go." It was still the maid who led the way with her head down. Shui Rui walked for a while and vaguely heard the noise of the banquet hall in the distance. The night was heavy, and the breath he exhaled became fog. His eyes fell on the maid in front of him inadvertently. His eyes paused and he frowned secretly. He remembered that the maid who led the way was taller, but this one seemed to be shorter. Because Shui Rui remembered Yu Shu's warning, he was more careful throughout the night. So when he saw this unusual situation, he immediately became vigilant. He calmly sized up the surroundings and noticed that this wasn't the path he took when he came. "Wait, I have a headache. Let me sit here for a while." Shui Rui sat down on the side of the corridor. He supported his forehead with one hand and waved his hand to let the maid go first. Seeing this, the maid hurriedly said, "Mr. Shui, the road in the prince's mansion is winding. Don't get lost again. It's cold at night. If you want to sit, you should sit in the front." When Shui Rui heard this, he was even more unwilling to go. He probably knew that this person led him to the front for no good, so he closed his eyes. He leaned against the pillar. "Mr. Shui, Mr. Shui." The maidservant called out to him a few times. Seeing that he was ignoring her, she became anxious, but she couldn't force him. After looking left and right, she whispered, "Then this servant will pour you a cup of hot tea." "No need. I don't know the way in the prince's mansion. What if I get lost after you leave?" Who was so bold to set a trap in the prince's mansion? He just sat there for a while. Someone came to find him in the front. "Brother Rui, why are you sitting here? Why don't you go back to the banquet?" Shui Rui opened his eyes and looked at Feng Zhaomiao who was striding towards him. He glanced at the maid and stood up. "I drank too much. Let's go." The two walked forward together. There was a road on the left and right side of the corridor. When Shui Rui was recalling where to go, he heard a faint reprimand, "Please behave yourself." Shui Rui's footsteps stopped. This voice sounded slightly familiar. and he was just thinking about who it was. Feng Xiaomiao turned her head and asked suspiciously, "Did you hear that?" "Yes." Feng Xiaomiao looked around. "Let's go and take a look." Shui Rui hesitated for a moment. Then he heard a woman's panicked whisper not far away. He had no choice but to go and take a look. "Let's go." The maid couldn't stop them. The two strode down the corridor. After passing through a bush, they saw a man hugging a struggling woman in a small pavilion in front of them. The night was dark and the moon was blocking, so they couldn't see who it was. Seeing this situation, any man with guts would not just stand by and watch. The two's face changed, and they hurried forward. Feng Xiaomiao shouted, "Don't be rude." Shui Rui and Feng Xiaomiao pulled the man away from each side, leaving the woman to her own devices. The woman was free and retreated to the side of the pavilion in a panic, looking at them with a pale face. "Xingxuan, I only love you, why don't you believe me?" "Your Highness, don't talk nonsense. Xingxuan has a selfless relationship with you. It's your wishful thinking." Hearing this, how could Shui Rui not know who the man and woman in the pavilion were? "Let go, you two." Lu Hao was drunk, and he was enraged in his heart, so he shouted out loudly before swinging Feng Xiaomiao away with one arm and smashing his fist towards Shui Rui who was at his side. Shui Rui was caught off guard, and he took half a step back before tilting his head to dodge this fist, and then Lu Hao turned around and kicked towards Feng Xiaomiao. Feng Xiaomiao was old General Feng's grandson, so how could he not have a few moves of martial arts? He immediately began to fight with Lu Hao, exchanging blows in the small pavilion, neither showing any signs of weakness. Taking advantage of the chaos, Shui Rui turned around to look at the woman hiding behind him. Recognizing that it was indeed Ji Xingxuan, he secretly frowned. Just as he was about to let her leave first, he saw a few lanterns swaying over from the corner of his eyes and heard voices. "What's going on over there? It seems like a fight. Hurry! What are you all doing? Stop!" Among the people who came, there were some that Shui Rui recognized, but there were also some that he didn't. They worked together to separate Feng Xiaomiao and Lu Hao. As soon as the lanterns were lit up, everyone in the pergola would be able to see who was who. Ji Xingxuan's expression suddenly changed, and she lowered her head to hide behind the tall Shui Rui. When Shui Rui noticed this, he stood there without moving. Because of this, no one actually noticed that there was a woman in this pergola. After venting his anger, Lu Hao had already sobered up a little. Seeing that there were so many people around him, his expression wasn't good. He snorted coldly and left, leaving a few people looking at each other in dismay. Lu Jiong was among them. He waved his hand and said, "All right, Your Highness has drunk too much. Let's disperse." No one saw what happened tonight. After Lu Jiong sent everyone away, he turned around to look at Feng Xiaomiao and Shui Rui. Out of the corner of his eyes, he noticed that someone was hiding behind Shui Rui with the corner of her skirt exposed. He asked suspiciously, "How exactly did this happen?" Feng Xiaomiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and didn't say a word. This was related to a woman's reputation. He wouldn't say anything. "Many thanks to the two young masters. I will take my leave." Seeing that everyone had left, Ji Xingxuan lowered her head and bowed to Shui Rui and Feng Xiaomiao respectively before leaving in a hurry. Shui Rui looked at her retreating figure. His expression didn't change, but his heart was filled with relief. Tonight's incident, if he wasn't careful and didn't have Feng Xiaomiao with him, if he fought with Lu Hao and was seen by these people, coupled with Ji Xingxuan's presence, even if he had 100 mouths, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. What would people think of this incident as? The eldest young master of the Shui family and the seventh prince fighting over a woman. Chapter 200. After Shui Rui returned to the mansion, he didn't tell Shui Lingnan about what happened in the seventh prince's mansion. He spent the whole night thinking about it. Tonight's incident was a fluke. If people misunderstood that he and the seventh prince were fighting for a woman's favor, it would definitely remind people of the quarrel they had in the Dingbo Hall not long ago. If they reconciled, it would turn from a personal grudge into a real scandal. Not only would it ruin his and Lu Hao's reputation, but it would also make it difficult for the young lady of the Ji family to get married in the future. Although it was killing 3 birds with 1 stone, it should be aimed at Lu Hao. Recently, because of the emperor's favor, the seventh prince's limelight had risen, and there were many people who wanted to smear him. But the person who set this trap could reach the seventh prince's mansion and knew his and Lu Hao's temperament like the back of his hand. There were only 2 or 3 candidates. Even if he couldn't confirm who it was, he would double his guard against these people in the future. In Anling City, anyone who wanted to move up might fall into the mud if he was not careful, so he had to be alert to deal with it. Late at night, Shui Rui sat up from the bed, put on his clothes, and walked to the window. He opened the window and breathed in the cold dew. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, he suddenly remembered the days when he stayed in Yang City. He woke up early in the morning and came back late at night. He didn't have much to worry about. It was a pleasure to see the clever waiter every day. Thinking of this, Shui Rui stopped thinking and decided to see Yu Shu tomorrow after he got off work. He was more than a little interested in the fact that she could predict that he would be in trouble tonight. The next afternoon, Shui Rui finished dealing with the files of the Supreme Court. He planned to go home to change his clothes and go to find Yu Shu. Outside the magistrate's office, he was stopped by a waiter. "Your Excellency, a letter for you." Shui Rui looked at the unfamiliar manservant in front of him and opened the letter. The handwriting on the paper was clear and elegant. There was only one sentence: "Please meet Sir Shui at Shuyun Tea House." It was signed with the word Xing. After reading the letter, Shui Rui folded the paper and handed it back to the manservant, saying, "Go back and tell your master that I have something to do today and can't go." He had just escaped yesterday, and he wasn't a brat who didn't learn his lesson. Moreover, he didn't think that there was anything to say to Miss Ji. Whether or not he touched Lu Hao's people, he couldn't be bothered to provoke them. Seeing that he was about to take a detour, the manservant hurriedly called out to him, "Sir, wait, there's another one." Shui Rui stopped and looked at the servant. The servant took out another letter from his bosom. Out of curiosity, he took it and opened it. This time, it was simpler. There were only 4 words on it. Miss Lianfang. Shui Rui raised his eyebrows and thought for a moment. He stuffed the second letter into his sleeve and raised his chin at the manservant. "Lead the way." The manservant's face lit up. He bowed and led the way. "This way, young master." Shuyun Tea House's private room was different from other tea houses. It was located in a corridor on the first floor. When he pushed the door open, there was a screen in front of him. He didn't know if it was intentional or not, but the picture of a carp flying through a lotus was embroidered on it. Shui Rui glanced at the screen and walked around it. He saw Ji Xingxuan sitting behind the tea table, drinking tea. Half of her face was still covered with a veil, but only her eyes were exposed. No matter who saw them, they would praise them as beautiful. Shui Rui and Lu Hao had known each other for a long time. He knew that Lu Hao loved beautiful women. When he heard Lu Hao's drunken words last night, he didn't know if Lu Hao really loved this woman. But he was sure that this Miss Ji, who could make Lu Hao lose his composure because of her, was definitely not simple. "Young Master Shui." Ji Xingxuan stood up and bowed when she saw Shui Rui, and she only sat down after Shui Rui chose a table on the opposite side and sat down, and then she lowered her head and said apologetically, "I was presumptuous to invite you here today, I hope you don't blame me." The first time they met was in Yang City. At that time, the Ji family was still discussing marriage with the Shui family. Later, they met several times during Xia Jiangying's murder. They couldn't be considered close, but they had a general understanding of each other. Miss G, if you have something to say, please say it. He originally had some admiration for this woman. She was only the granddaughter of the right judge, but she was able to establish a foothold in the Imperial Historian's Library, get to know princes and princesses, and make friends with the leaders of Jiangnan. But after Xia Jiangying's case, he lost interest in her. He always kept a respectful distance from women who were too scheming. It was enough for him to be fooled by an exception. Ji Xingxuan was silent for a moment, then softly said, "Thank you, young master, for helping me out last night." Shui Rui said, "I just happened to pass by. There is no need to thank me." Ji Xingxuan was exceptionally intelligent. How could she not hear the alienation in his words? She didn't mention the matter again, nor did she explain what happened last night. Instead, she picked up the freshly brewed fragrant tea and poured it for him before sitting back down. Shui Rui picked up the cup and smelled the fragrance of the tea. Before he took the cup, he heard the voice from the other side, "I have a question." "What is it?" That day at the Dingbo mansion, the Lianfang girl next to Mr. Shui was once a young miss of my Ji family. Her surname is Yu. Shui Rui had already expected this and wasn't surprised, so what if she is? So what if she isn't? If she isn't, then it's fine. If she is, young master, please tell her that I want to see her. Ji Xingxuan didn't beat around the bush and directly requested. Why do you want to see her? Forgive me, Xingxuan, for not being able to tell you. Shui Rui looked at the woman in front of him. Although it was a request, she didn't sound humble at all. He knew that she was testing him, so he smiled, "Then forgive me for not being able to tell you." As he said this, he put down the untouched teacup and stood up. "I still have matters to attend to. It's not convenient for me to stay. Miss Ji, goodbye." Seeing that he was about to leave, Ji Xingxuan didn't stop him. She also stood up and watched as Shui Rui walked around the screen and disappeared. It seems that it really is her. Ji Xingxuan expressionlessly lowered her head and muttered to herself, "So it turns out that this person learned Shifu's Lu Yao." She went to Yu Shu's house to recuperate for a few days and was finally able to walk. Although it's still sore and swollen, it's much better than hopping around on one foot. Jing Qin changed the dressing on his hand every day. Fortunately, it was winter and there were no signs of pus. Yu Shu also asked Yu Xiaoxiu to go out and buy 2 old hens. Every day, she would stew a pot of fresh soup for him to drink to replenish his blood and qi. After the 11th, Yu Shu was waiting for news from Shui Rui. She was worried that he would get into trouble and couldn't avoid it. When Shui Rui came to the door, Yu Shu was sitting on a small stool in the corner of the courtyard, killing chickens. When she heard the door open, she thought that it was Yu Xiaoxiu coming back from school. She opened the door and saw that it was Shui Rui. Seeing that he was carrying large and small bags in his hands, which seemed to be her favorite pastries, she smiled and said, "If you come, you don't need to bring anything. It's not like you're visiting relatives." As she said this, she wiped the chicken blood on her apron and reached out to take it. Shui Rui saw that there was still a handful of chicken feathers in her hair and then glanced at the pool of blood not far away. He didn't know whether he should praise her for her ability or criticize her for being careless. He raised his hand to avoid it and said, "Okay, I'll take it in. Is your foot better? You're walking around like this." "It's okay. I'll pull out the feather. You can go in and sit." "Okay." When Jing Chen heard the movement, he walked out of the house. No matter what he thought, Shui Rui saw him, he still put on a polite face. "Mr. Jing. You can just be my bait, Jing Chen. Is the injury on your hand better?" "Yes, Xiao Yu just changed my bandage." This conversation sounded quite familiar. Shui Rui smiled and nodded. "That's good." Shui Rui found his way to the big house and put down the things in his hands. He turned around and saw that Jing Chen had followed him and was standing at the door looking at him. He did not take the initiative to speak. When Shui Rui sat down at the table, Jing Chen also came over and sat down. Yu Shu was still taking care of the old hen outside. Shui Rui looked outside the house and turned around to ask, "When did you and Shu meet?" "In March of this year," Jing Chen replied. That was what Xiao Yu had told him. "Oh," Shui Rui said. He was still in Yang in March. Why had he not heard Shu mention it? "I can see that you're quite skilled. May I ask which sect are you from?" Shui Rui asked again. "It's not convenient for me to tell you." Jing Chen had been warned by Yu Shu not to tell others that he was a Daoist. Moreover, Jing Chen did not know which sect he was from, so he was not lying. Shui Rui asked a few questions but could not find out anything. When he saw that Yu Shu had washed her hands and came in, he did not continue to ask. "Are you staying for dinner? I'll make some chicken giblets and 2 side dishes. I'll ask Xiaoshu to get a pot of wine later," Yu Shu asked Shui Rui. "Sure, I haven't tasted your cooking. It's just average, don't think it's disgusting when the time comes." When Yu Shu saw Shui Rui's appearance, she knew that he had most likely avoided that disaster. She smiled and sat down between him and Jing Chen, then asked, "You came to find me because there's news from the Yamen again. When will the trial begin?" "There's still a few more days to go. I came to look for you today to express my gratitude." Shui Rui looked at Yu Shu. "Thanks to your reminder, I was lucky enough to avoid a disaster last night." Yu Shu sat up straight. She looked curious. What happened? If she could gather more information, she would know what to do next time such a disaster happened. "Let's not talk about it." Shui Rui raised his hand and turned to Jing Chen. "I have some personal matters to discuss. Can you leave for now?" Jing Chen looked at Yu Shu. Seeing the latter nod, he got up and left. The door wasn't closed. Shui Rui lowered his voice and said to Yu Shu, "I saw Ji Xingxuan today. She recognized you." When Yu Shu heard this, she frowned. It wasn't strange that Ji Xingxuan recognized her. When she and Shui Rui went to Dingbo Hall to participate in the gambling, she had seen Ji Xingxuan face to face. As long as she tried to recall carefully, she might be able to remember who she was. She also said that she wanted to see you. Shui Rui had copied Ji Xingxuan's words. He didn't pass on the message on her behalf, but to let Yu Shu know. "She wants to see me." Yu Shu was suspicious. Why? There was nothing to talk about between Ji Xingxuan and her. Judging from the fact that Ji Xingxuan couldn't even remember what she looked like, Ji Xingxuan knew that Ji Xingxuan didn't care about her at all. Ji Xingxuan must have long forgotten that she was punished because of a jade pendant. Shui Rui shook his head. "I'm not sure about that. Let me ask you. After you left the Ji family, did you ask for a return card?" Yu Shu recalled. At that time, the marriage between the two families fell through. The Ji family kicked me out. I took the opportunity to ask Third Master for my and Xiaoshu's cards. I was afraid that they would use me again in the future. Shui Rui said, "Then it doesn't matter. You're no longer a member of their family." Yu Shu snorted. "I've never been a member of their family." She wasn't a dog that would recognize its master after eating a few mouthfuls of leftovers. She only had hatred for the Ji family. She had no feelings for them. "It seems that your mother is still in the Ji family." Yu Shu took a deep breath. "If there's a chance in the future, I'll pick her up." Every once in a while, she would read the fortune and misfortune of Aunt Shui. The divination showed that her life was smooth, so she didn't worry about it for the time being. However, if she kept Aunt Shui in the Ji family, she would become a weakness in the future. She had to find a way to get her out. Chapter 201. When Shui Rui said he had business to discuss, Yu Shu thought he was going to talk about opening a restaurant. Unexpectedly, he asked, "How long have you been learning Yi?" Yu Shu didn't understand what he meant, but she still told him the truth. Actually, it's been 8 months since March of this year. It wasn't that she didn't know, but she had unknowingly lived in ancient times for more than half a year. It was really a blink of an eye. Then what are you good at? 8 months is really short. The children of the Yi Shui clan usually start learning at the age of 6, Shui Rui thought. This was hard to say. Yu Shu thought for a while and answered selectively, "I don't dare to say that I'm good at it. I learned the Book of Changes from the first move of Chimen Duanjia, so I'm pretty good at timing and calendar. I've only dabbled in feng shui recently. As for the rest, it's the copper coin divination." "Then what method did you use to calculate my horoscope a few days ago?" Shui Rui didn't understand. Yu Shu's eyes flashed, and she smiled sheepishly. It's a small divination skill. Her rule of time of calamity was really unimaginable. She used divination to calculate the horoscope, knew and judged disasters, and calculated every possibility. Even if people didn't think she was crazy, they would still think she was guilty of having a treasure. Small skill. Shui Rui thought this was a disaster that even a great master couldn't calculate, but it was predicted by her. If she called it a small skill, wouldn't it be insulting? He knew that Yu Shu was holding back from him, but masters valued their knowledge, so he didn't want to pry too much. It was enough for him to know what she was good at. "Why are you asking me this? Aren't we talking about serious business?" "Aren't we talking about serious business?" Shui Rui asked. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then looked up and asked seriously, "Shu, are you considering taking this year's Yen examination?" "Ah. Hey, do you want to take the Great Yen examination?" Shui Rui repeated once more, and as he looked at Yu Shu's dazed expression, he explained, "In this Grand Yen examination that's held once every 3 years, not counting the top 3 in each subject, anyone who's able to seize 100 RMB will be able to obtain a master-changing moniker, and it will be recorded in the Imperial Astronomer's Register before being issued with official documents. With this changing moniker, everything will be convenient. So many people study the Grand Yen examination just for this changing moniker. I thought you were only proficient in mathematics and didn't know much about Yiku, but now it seems that you have a good chance of passing. Why don't you give it a try?" Yu Shu was silent. She had already considered this question. She did not participate in this year's Yen examination for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was because of the Ji family. Secondly, it was because she had too many things to do. She had just moved to the capital and did not even have a stable place to stay. She was busy making money to support her family and did not have the time to prepare for the examination. Shui Rui saw that she was silent and guessed her thoughts. He said, "I know you want to improve yourself, but instead of self-studying, why don't you try the Yen examination? You might not know that every year, the Celestial Commissioner will select a few young and promising teacher to enter the LoveLore Library to study. The LoveLore Library is not just for show. Not only are there teacher personally teaching and answering questions, it also has the richest collection of teacher books in the world. Once you enter, you won't have to worry about not being able to improve. After 3 years of study, I believe that with your diligence and intelligence, you won't have to worry about your future. This kind of opportunity only comes once every 3 years. It's best not to miss it easily. Isn't it too late for you to say this now? The Yen examination is not allowed in October. It's almost the 12th month. Even if I want to take the examination, there's no way." Yu Shu played with the broken teacup on the table. Shui Rui must have a way to let her take the examination if he mentioned this to her. "You don't have to worry about this. I have a way to help you get a place, as long as you are willing to take the examination." As expected, Shui Rui came prepared. Yushu thought about it. She was indeed tempted by Shui Rui's words. Now that she had settled down and had enough money, her only worry was the Ji family. However, that Ji Xingxuan had coincidentally met her and recognized her. There was no point in hiding from them now. Taishu Shuyuan was indeed a good place to go. If she fought hard, she might have a chance. What about you? Yushu looked up at Shui Rui. Didn't you say that you wanted me to help you take care of the restaurant's business? Shui Rui shook his head gently. Just take my matter as a backup plan. If you are lucky enough to enter Taishu Shuyuan to study, just pretend that I didn't mention it. If you don't pass the examination, you can still help me. How about that? Yushu did not hesitate. She stood up. On her beautiful face, a pair of eyes were bright. Since you've put it this way, wouldn't it be ungrateful of me to refuse? Ha! Shui Rui admired her straightforwardness. She did not have the indecisiveness of a young girl, and instead, she was more decisive than most men. Then it's a deal. I'll go and settle the matters regarding the entrance examination for you tomorrow. Just wait for my good news at home. Yushu nodded and rolled up her sleeves. Sit here. Xiao will be back soon. I'll go cook. When he comes back, I'll ask him to get some wine. I'll thank you then. Shui Rui nodded with a smile and watched her go out. Shui Rui stayed at Yushu's house for dinner. At the table, Yushu told Jing Qin and Yu Xiaoxiu about her decision to take the Great Yen examination. Both of them were familiar with it because of Xia Mingming. It's good that you've made up your mind. Jing Qin never had any objections to Yushu's decisions. He glanced at the man opposite him who was holding a wine glass and smiling warmly. He knew that it was this man who had helped him this time. I'm going to take the exam in 3 years. Yu Xiaoxiu already had the ambition of a young man. He stayed at Baichuan Academy for a while. Because of academician Song's special care, Yushu was willing to spend money to buy him books and pens. She also gave him some pocket money. He was like a fish in water among the children. He was much more confident than he was half a year ago. Then you should study hard now. Yushu patted his head. She picked up the wine pot and poured wine for Shui Rui, then filled her own glass. Shui Rui did not stop her from drinking like he did last time. Seeing that there was no glass in front of Jing Qin, he asked, "Where's young Master Jing?" "I don't drink." "He doesn't drink." The two of them spoke in unison. Shui Rui's gaze moved back and forth between them, and the smile on his face faded. "Is that so?" "Ah, Shu, don't drink too much. You'll be fine after you finish this cup. Well, let's eat. This fried chicken giblets is my specialty. It doesn't taste very good, but it's not sold outside." Shui Rui picked up the chopsticks and tasted the meat dish that Yushu pointed out. It was slightly spicy, but it unexpectedly suited his taste. With the small wine, he unconsciously drank 2 more cups. After the meal, Yushu asked Yu Xiaoxiu to clean up the dishes. She took a lantern and sent Shui Rui out. When the two arrived at the entrance of the alley, Shui Rui asked her to stay. "It's inconvenient for you to walk. You should go back." "I'll walk for a while. There's a sedan waiting for me in front." Yushu nodded and raised the lantern to illuminate the way for him. She watched him walk a few steps. Looking at his tall back, she suddenly called out to him. "Brother Chao." When Shui Rui heard this name, he stopped and turned his head. It was night. The dim yellow light from the lantern made the man's face look like it was covered with a layer of mist, making people unable to see him clearly. In her previous life, Yushu could be considered to have seen countless people. But when it came to Shui Rui, she clearly knew him for a long time. She said he was smart, but he liked to pretend to be ignorant. She said he had a good temper, but he wasn't easy to provoke. This kind of person should not get up early without benefits. However, he took care of her many times. It was beyond the level of an old acquaintance. If he said that he didn't want anything else, she wouldn't believe it. This sentence had been bottled up in her heart for many days. She treated him as a friend, so she didn't want to beat around the bush. She blurted out, "Can you tell me, why are you always thinking about me? What is it that you want?" With his hands behind his back, Shui Rui's gaze swept across her delicate and pretty face that was in between that of a young man and a young lady. Finally, his gaze landed on her overly calm eyes. His dark eyes stared straight at her through the fog of light as he asked in a soft voice, "What do you think?" Yushu's eyelids slightly trembled. Being looked at like this by him, she actually felt a little scared. After a moment, her throat seemed to be blocked by something. She looked away and her eyes fell on the road not far away. Her lips moved and she forced out a bitter smile. "If I knew, why would I ask you?" Hee hee. Shui Rui gave a shallow laugh. He shook his head and didn't say anything more. He turned around and walked away. Yushu looked at his gradually disappearing figure and let out a sigh. She stood there for a while, touched her slightly sweaty neck, and turned back to the alley. Just as Shui Rui left Huixing Street, half a city away, in the Ji mansion in the north of the city, Ji Huaishan, who had just returned from his evening work as a celestial commissioner, was sitting in his study. He looked up from a scroll of official documents. "Xian, what did you say just now?" The patriarch of the Ji family was an important figure in Yang City. He was famous but never seen in person. He had many children and grandchildren, but he was in his 60s. There was not a single strand of white hair on his head. He had a square face, but there were some wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth. "Previously, when I was discussing marriage with the Ji family, I found a younger sister under third uncle's name to replace me. She is now in the capital. Not long ago, I met her at Dingbo Hall. Grandson suspects that Shifu Qingjing taught her the art of 6 yao lines." When Ji Xingxuan finished speaking, Ji Huaishan's expression changed. "What do you mean?" "Your third uncle's daughter was brought into the family by a concubine. How did she get involved with Daoist Qingjing?" Xingxuan, explain clearly. "Yes, grandfather." Ji Xingxuan deliberated for a moment and said, "Do you remember that I went home in April this year? At that time, Shifu Qingjing was still living in our fu. I met him once. After drinking, I heard him say that he had accepted a disciple. At that time, I thought it was someone from outside. However, that day when I went with the 7th prince to Dingbo Hall, I saw someone using Shifu's art of 6 yao lines. Later, when I thought about it, I felt that the person looked familiar. Only then did I remember seeing this person beside 5th Miss Yao Jiang. I heard that she also came from the south, so I paid more attention. After making an appointment with the eldest son of the Shui family, I concluded that it was that younger sister." Ji Huaishan was confused as he listened. How did she get involved with Miss Yao Jiang and Mr. Shui? Ji Xingxuan lowered her eyelids and said, "I heard that she escorted Miss Yao Jiang to the capital. As for Mr. Shui, they probably got to know each other when we were discussing marriage in Yang City." Ji Huaishan finally understood. He frowned and placed his hand on the table. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Where is she now?" "You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."